In a world where LFS is dead, ha ha, one league stands alone. Welcome to another fantastic Fragmaster's Fox Friday.
It's a light, twitchy car. Great power. Just enough to be lethal if you're not careful. Some say it might look like a bathtub on wheels with pointy objects at the end. It's the Formula XR in Live for Speed, and it's the fantastic Fragmaster's Fox Friday, Saturday edition. 10 years of the fantastic Fox Friday being celebrated today with a 3-hour endurance race here at Aston Grand Touring. Sim broadcasts with you here today with myself, Jonathan Palmer, and Jack Eyre, and Pete Butcher on the cameras with us, and Pete will be doing some talking with us too. And this has been a series that has been very well received throughout the last decade in Live for Speed. And Jack, why don't you tell us about it?
Yeah, it's fantastic to be here today. Obviously, we are at Aston Grand Touring. Plenty of action coming up very shortly. A few minutes until we get into qualifying. We are again at Aston Grand Touring, 16 corners here today, 8 kilometers in length, 5 miles. Plenty of drivers. Couple going solo today. We'll see how they get on throughout the race.
Most people don't think of 3 hours as a full-on, full-bore endurance race. It's 2 Formula One races, it's a NASCAR race, it's 1.5 to 2 IndyCar races, it's half a dozen BTCC races, so the length isn't too much that one driver can't do it, but it's also not so much that it's worth 2 or 3 drivers doing it. Pete, what's your usual tack, or what do you see as a usual tack for a team when they approach a 3-hour race?
Well, if you're driving with a couple of drivers, then obviously a 50-50 split. Not sure how long the stints will be today, but I'm guessing around about the hour mark, I suppose. So maybe one of the drivers does 2 stints and another driver does an hour, or maybe they split it down the middle. It is only for a bit of fun, so we'll see a variation of different strategies. Like Jack said, there are a few teams who here today, but the majority are solo efforts. As you said, this isn't a full bore endurance race, so we will have um, plenty of drivers who are just here for a bit of fun for the 3 hours on their own.
So Aston Grand Touring is a fairly popular Aston configuration. It is essentially the Grand Prix layout, except cutting out about 300 meters of the run down to turn 1 and that fantastic long sweeping right-hander turn 1, and replaces it with more of a hairpin 180 style corner. And we bypass the uphill chicane, the Aston version of Eau Rouge, in favor of the Mickey Mouse hairpins at the beginning of the north layout in the Club Cadet section. Jack, how do you like this layout? What do you look for at this layout?
You look for, especially, I mean, later in the race, we'll see, potentially drivers struggling to get the power down. Obviously, they've got a limited slip diff, but if they get on the curbs at low speed, it depends what their preload and coast settings are on the differential. We might see them spinning that inside rear, trying to get the traction down, and obviously in low speed corners in the Formula XR or the Fox that we're racing here today, you don't have the downforce when you're going particularly slow, obviously. So that's probably where we'll see most of the struggling happen, the managing of the tyres and things like that, because drivers have free reign of the setup today. Be curious to see different setup options, different camber toe settings, how they can make the tyres last. But no, I think it's definitely, it's not as fun as to see that Eau Rouge section. We like to call it the corkscrew, because it depends which way we attack it, really. But no, I think this section of track, turn 1, especially with it being a hairpin and not that sweeping 180-degree right-hander that we're used to seeing, is it's going to be great for some overtaking there, because there's a hell of a long straight just beforehand. So
We're about 5 minutes away from the start of a 30-minute qualifying. Qualifying, Pete, we know this layout has 2 very long straight sections, plus another long flat-out section, but it's the long curve of the national backside. But then you'll have the difference of the middle sector, just the sweeping section, which we saw quite a lot of action in at the GT2 Challenge last Saturday at Aston North configuration. So, what kind of setup do you think drivers go for here, Pete? Do they go for a higher downforce to be good in those sweeps, or do they go for a lower downforce to be lightning fast on the straights, custard in the corners?
I think it all comes down to driver preference. I think during qualifying, people are going to opt for the higher downforce setups probably. You'll want less wing for the race potentially because of the long straight and the slipstreaming opportunities that affords. But obviously, lower wing means that, like you said, through the sweepers, you aren't going to be able to follow as closely. So it's a tricky one. It's definitely a track where either strategy could pay off. But in an endurance race, I think I would always opt for a little bit more wing for little bit more stability through the tricky corners.
A compromise track that will provide lots of different strategy. We'll get to more of the strategy for the race a little later. I want to mention that we have several drivers here that did race 10 years ago in 2010 in Season 1 that are racing today. From the list provided to us by the Fragmasters organization, that includes Number, Maunokasa, Jano Lahaikanen, Steelbean, Alpacin, Pantheo, VRS Bali, and Zago. So minimum of 7 racers that have been in Season 1. And FM Fraz race directing today, as he has done for the most part since Season 1. So good to see some drivers back for 10 years. And we do have a full grid of 30. I actually think they just bumped it up to 32 cars late yesterday for today's race. So we're going to have 32 cars here. Jack, in qualifying, how do you think traffic's going to be?
I don't think traffic is going to be as bad as we've seen at other tracks. Obviously, we've got quite a lot of room to play with here, with the track being 8 kilometers or around about 5 miles in length. So I think it's more important that drivers are aware of each other. I don't think they'll get in the way of each other. However, you catch a driver on the straight, and you can gain a couple of tenths just from following, of course, because of the downforce and the drag and the slipstream effect is so pronounced in these cars because they're light and they rely on downforce quite a lot. But it again can hinder you in the in sector 3 in the sweeping fast corners just after the middle part of the track. You know, that's where you don't want to be following a car. So I think we will see some strategic lifts from people just before they start their flyer in order to get themselves into that perfect track position. But again, anything can change. You know, a driver can make a mistake. Somebody could leave the pit lane. You know. So yeah, so we've got half an hour, plenty of time for everybody to, I think, at least set a couple lap times that they'd be happy with. So I don't think we'll see too much struggling. We might see a couple re-attempts, but plenty of time to do so.
Here in this qualifying practice in the server here before we start our qualifying session here in about 2 minutes, Gabor and Altsu, the top 2 on the timesheet, about 2 minute 37. And down to about 2 minutes 41, 42 to the bottom of this timesheet. So we're going to see a good variance of time because some people may not care where they start because you do have 3 hours to get there. Some might want to start towards the back and avoid some first lap carnage and try for a better stint plan. Tires are going to be a big discussion in the race. How do you want to do it? In qualifying, we're going to see R1s. They're the softest. They'll get the heat quickly. They'll get the performance in the short space of time you need for qualifying. But in the race, they might get a little too hot and wear a little too thin. You might see some R2 tires, which are the medium compound. Pete, what do you think most about tires? Jack, jump in on this one too.
For qualifying, you'll want the softest rubber available, and that'll be the R1s. And for the outlap, you're going to have to be insanely careful because, like you said, it's around about a 2 minute 40 outlap. You don't want to overheat those tyres on your run round to your fast lap. So some drivers may, on that alone, opt for the R2 tyre just to make sure that they can get not only a lap in without overheating the tyres, but maybe multiple laps to save the huge outlap that we have here. For the race, The R1s can make it, but some teams may opt to be a little bit more conservative and go down the R2 option. So it is one of these races, especially considering the endurance format, where we are going to see a lot of variation of strategy, especially on the tyres.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with really everything that you said there, Pete. Qualifying is now underway. We are just into qualifying. But to just reiterate that point, everybody, I think, at the moment, on their outlap especially, I think they'll all be on, like you said, the stickiest compound available. And they'll be running the lowest pressures that they can possibly get away with. So we might see some people maybe taking it steady on their outlap in order to get the car into that operating window. Because if you are running the softer compound tyres with lower tyre pressures, obviously that they're going to overheat very fast. So you have to take care. Whereas if you, like you said, you could opt for the R2 tyres, maybe get a couple more laps of life out of those before you have to abort your lap. We've got half an hour here. For the race, though, it can go either way. R1, R1, R2, R2 are, both the harder and the softer compound is a viable option. Couple pit stop changes between the two. You can actually double stint the R1 tyres. You can get to around about 35 laps into the race. That's when your second pit stop is when you would adjust your tyres. So we'll see if drivers are smooth. It depends on their driving style as well, and their setup, of course. Different cambers, different toes. We can see excess scrubbing just through the adjustments of the setup. So it's all how it happens as well. So not only is the setup a deciding factor as well on where you stop and what tyres you might possibly take for the race. There could be battling for the majority of the race, and that's gonna scrub your tyres even more so. So we'll take it as it comes, really. But anything that's possible in the race.
The race is a long way to go. 3 hours, plenty can happen, always will, always has. Short 30-minute qualifying compared to the race distance. Have cars coming on their outlaps. Montecasa was the first one out of pit lane. And we have a group of about 6 or 8 cars in the national section getting ready to head into the hairpin at the end of the lap, and they'll come down the hill from the hairpin through the chicane and see the green flag to start their first hot laps of the day. So the first car now is FFM's Kamikaze, as he's coming into this final chicane now. A very, very fast chicane when you're on full power, and some high curbs to contend with. Very easy to upset the car there. Kamikaze coming across the line now to start the first timed lap. He is followed by Jarno Lahaikonen as they head down towards turn 1. So in about 2 minutes 30 we will know who's at the top of the timesheet after these first laps. The track is about half full of cars, everyone taking about half the circuit. So we'll see some spreading out as cars spectate and rejoin throughout this qualifying session.
Yeah, no one really staggering their initial qualifying run. They all seem to head for the track as soon as the green light at the end of the pit lane illuminated. So quite surprising to see half the track empty. They're all kind of sitting in a train at the moment, but that could be part of the strategy. Like I said, having that toe down the straight. There's 2 huge straights here at Aston Grand Touring. You can take half a second to a second off your lap time if you get that right. However, if you get it wrong and you're hindered into the fast sweeping corners, so turn 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11 all the way up, around the last sector of the lap, that's where you're going to lose quite a bit of time. Obviously, we have the fast sweeping corner of turn number 6 today. So at the end of the, I want to say the back straight, because it's not quite the start finish straight. So just after the split 2 line, there's a sweeping left right. That's where we're going to see quite the aero drop. So one to watch out for in the race also.
Into the sweeping section in Kamikaze and Montecasa Lahaikonen. Montecasa with a 59-38 split coming up the long back straight, and into the sweeps coming through the north section back into the national section. This long sweeping left-hander under the Michelin bridge. Very, very easy in this car with the downforce, but got to get a good run through it to have some good pace down this long, flat-out straight. Some pretty steering input necessary kinks, essentially, not full-on corners, but just true flat-out run and a left-hand jaunt right before slamming on the brakes for the hairpin towards the end of the lap.
Yeah, so we're just over 5 minutes gone, and some of the drivers just coming to the end of their first timed laps now. We're watching Road Appraiser's Pedro as he rounds the final hairpin and makes his way down to the chicane. And we'll begin to see the first times of the qualifying session, and also see who's going for the longer strategy of doing a couple of laps on these tyres.
Lycan goes provisional pole with a 2:37.54, and that sticks with about the first quarter of the cars through. Pedro's second with a 37.84, and Kamikaze just pipped by Gabor for third, so Gabor third with a 37.84, and have a dozen cars now with times on the list.
Great to see plenty of familiar names from the Fox Friday series here today, celebrating, of course, a historic milestone. 10 years of the Fox Friday series. We celebrated the 500th race earlier this year. And yeah, a full grid, 32 cars is an excellent turnout for such a race. A name I've not seen in quite a long time is Steelbean down there in 14th place. Prolific name in the Fox Friday series. We're watching Sidus's Gabor right now as he does a relatively slow outlap, probably trying to conserve those tyres.
Yeah, R1 for Gabor, the number 51 Sidus car. He will be wanting to nurse them up into the operated temperature around about as late as he possibly can in order to get the most life out of them. If he went, full pelt on his outlap, they would be up to temperature. However, they'd probably slightly overheat as he got to the second sector on his fast lap. So not scrubbing, not tyre warming, low pressures, and the flex of the tyre itself is enough to get the temperature in on the outlap that we have here. So obviously the faster laps are around the 2-minute 37 mark. You can expect an outlap to be an outlap like this, for example, to be around about 2 minutes 50. So not too slow that it would hinder other people's performances. Obviously drivers are aware of who are around them at all times.
Something to note here, the Fox Friday series normally runs with single lap one-shot qualifying, so this format definitely won't be, most of the drivers won't be used to this in a Fox Friday event. I guess we could say that because it's a Saturday, it doesn't really matter, but yeah. Normally a one-shot qualifying series called out of the garage one by one. You do one outlap, one hot lap, and then spectate. That has been the format for as long as I can remember. But yeah, 30-minute qualifying session seems reasonable for the teams ahead of a 3-hour race.
Third of the way gone in this qualifying. Gabor starting his time lap through turn 1. Gabor starts this lap with him third on the timesheet out of 24 with a time log right now. He's chasing after Maunakasa on provisional pole with a 2:37.54 with a 32.08 first split as they go into the Mickey Mouse chicanes at turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, no one really able to get close to Maunakasa, that 89 machine in first, the privateer. 3/10 is the gap from first to second, and second and third both setting identical lap times. So if Gabor can improve on his prior lap by even a hundredth of a second, because we round the decimal places in lift speed to the second decimal place, he will move up into second place. However, Master Race Cars Gemini pips both of Pedro and Gabor with a 2-minute 37.82, so 2/100ths of a second faster than the man we're currently watching. Bumps them down to third and fourth respectively. So if Gabor wants to move up, he has to improve, of course.
Yeah, you can see that Gabor is tied on time with Pedro.
So top split 3 for Gabor, 147.16, the split line just around about where the Michelin bridge is, through turn number 12 now. The slight kink right, it's kind of a double apex corner, 13, and then turn number 14 here. And watch how late he brakes. It's around about the 60-meter mark. You can see just how loaded this car is with the downforce, and obviously you have to bleed that brake off ever so slightly as the downforce comes off as you slow the car down and to turn into the corner. Downhill section now, braking just about the 50-meter board, staying in 5th gear, 180 kilometers per hour at both apexes there for turn number 16, and quite a clean lap you'd say so far across the line. It is a 2-minute 37.36, so a couple of shuffles for position before Gabor approached the line, but he managed to secure second place for now. And with around about 18 minutes of qualifying remaining, still, you know, we're not halfway through the qualifying session yet. Plenty of time for, you know, people to come back and regroup and potentially adjust the setups, adjust their outlaps, get the tyres into a better window, get themselves into a better piece of track, so to speak, you know. Plenty of time to improve.
Watching Montecasa on his outlap with 17 3/4 minutes remaining in this session. Just looking through the field, we've got Al Payson for FFM and Master Race Cars Michael on the long stint program. Al on his 4th lap, Michael on his 5th lap. So we have at least 2 drivers doing the long program. Al Payson going through the long back straight on the north end of the circuit. Payson is currently 15th with a 2:38.7, and he spectates from that lap, unhappy with it.
Yep, seeing a good number of the Fragmasters team here today, across a number of teams and solo entries. Altsu currently in 3rd place, one of the all-time greats of this series, often finishing in the top positions. Driving for Sidus these days. Used to be driving for Teo. And a few Born to Race cars here as well. We've got Red and Abe in 16th and 17th respectively. And a good turnout for the Team America team in 13th, 18th and 25th right now. And we are approaching that halfway mark, and the gaps are starting to come down, aren't they, between the top and the bottom of the field as people begin to set better and better lap times. Monacasa's is still out front though.
The top 11 accounted by for in around about a second. So very close. You'd expect the race to be close in these type of cars though, because it's not the very they're not easy to drive by any stretch of the imagination, but the lines you can take in this car, they're very similar. There's, apart from the setup and obviously drivability, you approach it in a very similar way, so you expect the racing to be quite close.
On board with Kamikaze as he heads on this long run down to turn 1. Jack, you want to take us on the lap with him?
Sure, let's ride on board. Out through turn number 1 on the fast lap, using all the curb that is available to you, getting very, very close to the grass there. You want to be very careful. So through split number 1 as we approach turn number 2, across a little bit of a line that we have here before the braking zone for turn 3. Split 1 time of 32.30, so not the greatest. However, he does abort that lap. We'll try and jump on board with somebody else so I can show you around the Aston Grand Touring.
Race Green's Mandula just approaching the final corner. He's currently in 14th place with a 2:38.63. Let's see if he can improve.
Mandula starts a flying lap. Let's try this one, Jack.
So
We're on board with him.
take number 2, let's go under the Michelin bridge. Now keep an eye on where he brakes. It should be just around the 60-meter mark once again as we get the car loaded up into turn number 1. Not opting to take all the curb on the entry, but using it all on the exit to get the traction that you need under the Petronas bridge as we enter turn number 2. Not a lift here. You can use all of the tarmac out on the left hand side through split number 1 of 32.09. So top split 1 so far for Mandula. Approaching turn number 4. These are they're not very slow, but they are quite slow, these corners, so we could see some jostling for position. You can see how close the margins are when you catch that curb. Onto the long straight now. Split 2's halfway down here. This is where you'll find that you can close up on the back of the cars that you've been following if you're in a battle. This is where everybody's got to watch out. And the notorious turn number 6 now, the left and the right, completely flat out in these cars. You can just see how much of the AstroTurf you use on the outside of turn number 6. In order so that you don't lift again, braking around about the 50-meter mark because you take quite a late apex into turn number 7. Using again a lot of the exit curb through to turn number 8. This is the fast and twisty section that's basically completely flat out in these cars. The right-hander of turn 9 now sweeping. There's a second apex just late, you'll see it, here we go. And then using all of the off-track runoff to turn into turn number 10, completely flat out once again through the apex of 11. Split number 3, the Michelin bridge. Go underneath, it's a 147.68, so pretty decent lap time so far, up to 6th gear, 210 kilometers per hour. Approaching now the Intel bridge, the double apex corners of 13 now. Apex just there. Don't want to run too wide, it's not necessary in these cars. And then the second apex just here. Turn number 14 now approaching. Turn 15, brake it around about the 60-meter mark. You want to hit the apex for this corner around about in the middle, so different to turn number 7. Maximise the exit. Up to 4th gear. 5th gear. Almost at exactly 200 kilometers per hour before you switch the car into turn number 16. And again, trying to keep that speed as high as possible. And across the line. The 2-minute 38.28, so that moves Race Green Autosports Mandula up into 13th position now. An improvement on his fastest lap.
FFM number on our screen through the sweeping left-hander turn 12 into the national back straight. Just keep to the back of your heads, everyone, that Gabor is on an outlap. So getting ready to try and pip Manakasa, who he trails by a mere 0.05 of a second. Altsu is third. So Manakasa with a 2:37.24 so far here, 2/3 distance through qualifying. Gabor second with a 2:37.29. Altsu Versidus in third with a 2:37.49. 37.5 flat for RP Racing's Pedro. number is 5th with a 37.56. Skip down a bit. 15th on the provisional grid at 2:38.43. 30th on the provisional grid, 2:39.92. So just over 2.5 seconds between first and last on this circuit.
So I'm just keeping my eye on Gabor, the man in second position. He's just lifting as we approach turn 15. There's a couple of cars ahead of him. He wants to make sure he's in that perfect window so that he doesn't catch anybody up and potentially hinder his lap time. So now loading it up into turn number 16, getting the best exit we can possibly get. As we see, is that Paprika out on the right there. I think one of the only drivers on the grid to use a keyboard, so brilliant. You know, he's in 23rd position currently. He's very fast, so I think we're just going to ride on board with Gabor, let you listen to the sounds and see if he can improve on that lap. Obviously, I'll jump back in if we see anything notable on this lap and just enjoy it. So brilliant lap there from Gabor. We'll see if he improves. Fantastic second split, a 146.84 across the line. Is it going to be an improvement? It is indeed. That's pole position for the side of Striver, number 51 car. Provisional so far, of course, we've got just under 7 minutes of qualifying remaining, so a 2-minute 37.08 blisteringly fast pace. It's just shy of a couple tenths faster than Manukasa in second position, so will we see a response from him? There's plenty of time. I think, is he on a fast lap at the moment? I think he is indeed. He approaches turn number 3. Now, something notable to add from Gabor's lap. Did you see how fast he approached the car ahead of him? That was one of the cars. I think he was trying to space himself out on the run up to start that fast lap, and luckily he caught him at the right place. He was able to get past without being hindered, but you can see what I mean, how drivers will be lifting in certain places in order to get themselves into that nice free piece of track, so to speak, so that you're not in anybody's way, nobody's in your way.
While Monocasa comes around the top end of the circuit, just had Fernando Igor of the Energy Virtual Racing Team come up to 3rd place on the grid with a 2:37.43, so a competitive top 5 so far. Pedro drops to 5th with that with a 37.5. See if he can work his way up closer to the sharp end of the grid.
So far, 30 of the 32 teams registered have set a lap, so it's possible we'll see the final 2 drivers or teams setting laps in the late stages. We only have 5 minutes remaining. It looks like Pedro's winding up for a lap.
Yep, Pedro coming through the final chicane, hopes to get a good run through it to set himself up for turn 1. A little touchy over the curbs, but he'll try it anyway and try to set a lap here as he starts a timed lap with 4 minutes 50 seconds remaining in this qualifying session. Pedro trying to improve on a 2 minutes 37.5 lap, which is currently good enough for 5th on the grid if we were to chop the times off now. But he's going to try and get a little better. He only needs to improve by 2/100ths of a second to get past Altu for 4th on the grid as he heads towards turn 2, this left-right switchback onto the north and club pit straight. Easy enough to get it a little wrong and clout the wall on the left at the exit. Through the hairpin at turn 3 to the left, and Pedro spins it on the grass coming out of turn 3.
Yeah, unfortunately, Manacasa, the man chasing down your old man Gabor, aborted that lap at the very last corner. Just loaded the car up a bit too much and off into the grass there on the outside. Still time for another run though. He left the pits after returning straight away, so he's already back on track for another outlap. We've got just under 4 minutes remaining.
Gabor coming across the line to start another time lap to see if he can speed up just a little more and try and secure his pole position. So Gabor on a flying lap, looking at many of the cars through the grid as they come out of the pit lane. Everyone trying to get a scramble onto the circuit here to get it in on a timed lap before the session timer ends. As long as you start a lap before that clock ticks to 0, you get to complete that lap. Scattle and now Gabor working through up onto the long back straight towards split 2 under the Intel bridge. So Gabor, steely-eyed focus into this fast left and then right-hand sweep at turn 6. Bang over the curb on the left, immediately flick it back to the right, never lifting off the throttle. One slow car, Pedro on the right, that he gets by, with clear track up ahead for Gabor into the long sweeping right-hander of turn 7, down to 3rd gear, get on the throttle, come up through the gears into the sweeping section through 8 and 9. Use all the curb, try and keep a straight line as much as you can through here, not scrub off much speed at all. Flick it quick to the left here at turn 10. Track dips and is on camber through there, so very undulating section of the circuit. Split at the Michelin Bridge, split 3, 146.81. That's showing as a top split here on Eyre. Can he best his 2 minutes 37.08 on this flyer? He's got 2 more corners of any worth to go. Through turn 14 has a yellow flag up ahead for probably a slow car on an outlap. Track is clear for him. On the binders down to 3rd gear for turn 15. Then accelerates down the hill and ready for the left flick. Try and straighten the chicane as much as you can. Bang 1, bang 2. And he clips the tires. Gabor cannot get another lap in, so he is stuck with a 2:37.08.
Yeah, he won't have time for another attempt, so that was a big wreck for Gabor at the final corner. Let's hope it was enough for him. Manacasa on the lap.
Meanwhile, I've been on board with him. Sorry to interrupt Pete for his outlap, really. Getting himself into a nice bit of window. He's got some pace, and we'll see what he's like across split number 1 at 32.08, so very, very fast, very close to that pole split 1 that we've seen from Gabor. I think Altsu also moves up a position. The Sidus teammate in the 11 car moves into 3rd position, so Manacasa at the moment safe in 2nd unless anybody else improves. There's around about 30 seconds left for drivers to across the start-finish line and start their final attempt. If they've got the tyres, this is where we'll see the track probably at the emptiest that it's been through turn number 6 now. Slight lift there just before we hit the apex, and still having to run out wide and use all of the track. So let's see, 221 kilometers exactly at the braking point for turn number 7 now. Slightly different apex there from Manacasa as opposed to Gabor. He chose to take a mid-apex similar to what we'd see in turn 15, whereas Gabor was almost waiting a little bit more.
Time has expired. Manacasa is in the middle section of the circuit. Jack, keep an eye on him. Pedro is just behind him on the track on a flying lap. See if he can Pedro can try and jump up from 5th here at the last of qualifying. Pedro got it a little sideways through turn 6. I don't know if that's going to kill his attempt at a run. We'll see if he aborts in a minute. Jack, talk us through Manacasa's end of the lap.
Manacasa now through turn 13 under the bridge before the little kink of 14. An impressive split of 146.81 at the line just before the Michelin bridge. Now, as we approach turn number 15, you can just see how sideways almost he was on entry there. Just, the downforce aiding him to turn the car in. It's all about the final corner here, turn number 16. This is where he aborted his lap last time. Just took a bit too much curb on the right-hander part, and you can see he just tapped the tyres, and that forced him onto the grass. So, disaster for the 89 car, Manacasa, unable to improve this time around, and it looks as though he will start alongside Gabor, but in second position.
Yeah, we're just going to wait for a few more of the cars to come round to set their final flying laps.
Yep. Pedro's coming across to the final corner now with a 147.32 split. He currently sits 5th, and he gets it wrong at the chicane and clips the tires and abandons that lap. We have only about 3 cars left with the time in. Eyre Tax, Raider, and FFM Number, and VRS Bali, the last 3 cars.
Oh, into the wall for the air attack driver, the number 23. So that will be an abort.
Bali across the line, the last man to set a time, currently in 31st position, does improve his lap time, but it's just shy of a 10th away from gaining him another position. So that's qualifying over. We'll run down the order in just a while. I think Pete's got somebody that he's going to get to talk to us, a participant in the race.
Oh yes, it's the king of FM Fox Friday, I think we could call him. FM Fraz? Mr. Fraz, how are you today, sir?
Are you there, Fraz? It doesn't look like Fraz is with us.
Sorry, all good, guys?
Hey, Fraz, how are you doing today, guy? Welcome to your Fox Friday on Saturday.
Yep, pretty excited today. Never done these before, so...
And so, you've been around FM for over a decade. Give us, what's your... give me a sentence summary of what Fox Friday is to you.
Wow, gee, I don't know. 10 years of Fox Friday. Started by failure, so yeah, Fox Friday to me means failure.
The person, not the
Yeah,
sentiment.
not the event. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you could almost say both, though.
Yeah, all right. It's great to have you with us.
Yeah, Fox Friday has packed grids week in, week out, and there's always some bits of failure. There's massive carnage some races, there's great battles. This has been incredible that this has been going on for this long. You've got to appreciate what the community does for Fox Fridays and just the camaraderie and the sporting that comes with this event.
Oh yeah, that's the great thing. Every team joins. Nobody's really cheering against each other. We're all friends. I mean, sure, I want Fragmaster to win, but I don't really care. I just want a good race. And yeah, it's amazing how many drivers have actually passed through our servers over the years. Yeah, we
There
got to be
Oh, good.
well over 1,000 drivers.
And much more than that, I'd expect. Or you have a database full of them, so I'm sure we'll be able to get that number by the end. Yeah, it's been a great 10-year history. Glad to have been a part of it, and glad to be a part of this historic race today. So, do you want to give us some idea of how you fare how you think the front teams are going to cope off the start, and what's your predictions for the race?
Well, again, first of all, I'm just hoping for a great race, but there's no reason Gabber and Littmanen as a team won't do good. Manny Kasu there, we know him as Leahy Koinen. He dominated our series at one time. He wasn't a champion, but when he showed up, he just dominated. And yeah, we got the RP guys from Brazil. They're always fast. And yeah, we got 2 great FM drivers in the top list, so pretty excited about that.
Great, and I know you're over in the drivers' Discord. What's the mood like ahead of the race with those guys?
Yeah, everyone's pretty excited over there. I know that everyone's looking forward to, yeah, being live streamed by you guys. It should be a great event. I hope.
Well, we're looking forward to it. We've got a great viewership right now, and obviously there's a lot of excited drivers over on the Fragmasters Discord. A shout out to anyone who is watching. We are open for interviews, as we've just done with Fraz. You can join us on ts.simbroadcasts.tv at any point during the race. Just join the interview room, and we'll be sure to get to you. Thanks for chatting with us, Fraz. We're going to run down the full qualifying order in just a few moments, and we look forward to speaking to you during and maybe after the race.
Sure, I'll be around, guys. Yeah, have a great broadcast, and yeah, everybody should be kicking back and enjoying this race.
We certainly will be, and we hope you have an enjoyable one too from your commentary position in the Discord.
And absolute thanks to you guys for organizing this. So best of luck today, Fraz, and we'll talk to you throughout the race.
That was Fragmaster's Fraz.
Yep, so we've got 460 seconds and counting until the race start. So I think we will step aside for just a few minutes and come back here shortly and go over the qualifying results with you, and then take you through into the race standing start. So stay with us. We will step aside for just a few minutes. Stay with us here on SimBroadcast TV for the FM Fox Friday on Saturday 3 hours race.
In a world where LFS is dead, ha ha, one league stands alone. Welcome to another fantastic Fragmasters Fox Friday.
Welcome back to InBroadcast.tv. We're going to run you down the order for qualifying. So, pole position, number 52, Sidus Machine. So, Gabor set a lap. He will start the race as well. But there's a few of them, I think. Is it Gabor and Lippmann as well, their teammates? So, Lippmann is the de facto fastest driver with the Fox. He's got the most world records. He holds the most wins in Fox Friday. He's a 4-time Fox Friday champion. So, one team to look out for. Second place is Manu Kassa with a 2-minute 37.24. Back in 2011 and 2012, Manu Kassa was the most dominant driver in the series, so one that everybody is aware of, and he's showing that he's still got pace even now. Third position, the sister Sidus car, number 11, Altsu. This is a solo entry from himself, and Altsu is the self-proclaimed driver with the most second places in Fox Friday, so he just missed out on second place in qualifying, but second ranked in season 2018 and 2017, currently second the season in 2020, but he has the most wins so far this year with 5. Moving down the order just a little bit more, we've got the number 48 Energy Virtual Racing Machine. Igor set their lap time a 2-minute 37.43. Then we've got in 5th position Pedro and the Brazilian trio, one of the fastest candidates to win. All 3 of the Brazilian guys in that car today will be one to look out for, 2-minute 37.5. So moving down the order a bit more, we've got FFM Fragmasters Racing, Kamikaze in 6th position and Number in 7th, Kaike Paropo in 8th position, Roeta in 9th position for Air Attack, Gemini for Master Race Cars in 10th position, Cuckoo in 11th, we've got Victor Veloso in 12th, Mandula in 13th position, Onifus in 14th, Saber in 15th, B2R's Red in 16th position, Ayub in 17th, Steel Bean in 18th, Ape in 19th, MRC's Mega in 20th, Iratika 21st, Pekka Koivunen 22nd, Curry in 23rd, Michael in 24th, Paprika in 25th, Finn UK in 26th, Vinsu 27th, Zago in 28th, Gustas in 29th, Gattel in 30th, and to round out 31st man on the grid, it's Barley. And I think
all right,
we're all
everyone's
for the
on the
race.
grid, and we are ready for the start. Gabor on pole from Manu Kassa, Altsu, Pedro, Igor, and Kamikaze. And it's lights out, away we go, and it's a great start for Gabor. Manu Kassa tucks immediately into his slipstream. Altsu, Pedro, and Igor all line astern as they head under the pedestrian Michelin crossover bridge. Manu Kassa looks to go around the outside of Gabor, going defensive into turn 1. It's the charge of all 30 into turn 1. Can they make it through cleanly? Manu Kassa leads out of turn 1. Everyone clean so far through turn 1. Bottleneck point here at turn 2 at the left-right switchback. Gabor gets it just a little wide in the slipstream. Does anyone clout the tire bearer as they come out? Yes, we have Onifus clouting the wall, but keeping it the right way down the back straight as they head through the Big Mouse chicane. We have 3 or 4 cars off at turn 2 at the back, but through the hairpins, Manu Kassa leads from Gabor, Igor, Altsu, Pedro, Kamikaze, Number, as they head up towards the second split and into the middle section of the lap.
Yeah, quite a few involved in the carnage at the back that we saw there through turn number 3. Gustas in the gravel trap. Unfortunately, I think he's going to have to reset at some point. He's not going to make it around. Mandula was also another driver to hit the wall there. Just through, he's down in 21st position, unfortunately. But I don't think he's got too much damage. Obviously, his car seems pretty drivable. He's still in the pack, so to speak. He's just behind the number 66 Breaker. You can see the red one just ahead. What we run on board looking back from our race leader, Manu Kassa, managed to get around Gabor there so far this lap. See if he can keep that pace up. Everybody looking pretty comfortable so far. Obviously, drivers, their tyres will have warmed up now due to the fact that obviously they've been loading the tyres up in the car throughout the lap. Doesn't take much.
We had a false start from Cake Parapo for Energy Virtual Racing, so he has a drive-through penalty to serve. Gustas was stuck in the turn 4 gravel, and he was granted a car reset and now has a stop-go penalty of 10 seconds to serve.
After one lap of this race, Maunakasa with a small margin over Sidus's Gabor. So made good use of the start and leads the way.
Yeah, Gabor just looks just to be just shy of the drafting range. Obviously, he will feel it ever so slightly, but as he gets closer, it will be more pronounced. So if he wants to close up to the back of the number 89 machine, who currently leads the race, he's going to have to be a little bit closer through turn number 16.
We saw there FFM number overtaking Pedro down the home straight. That promotes him up to 5th place.
A lot of people getting some understeer from following too close going into turn 2. Just looking through the grid, everyone's R1 through the top 12, except Number, who's got R2s at the back. And the back part of the field has some R2s scattered through it. So the majority of the field with the fastest, softest tire, R1s. Some drivers trying the R2 strategy through the race. Gemini for Master Race Car on board as he heads down the backstretch alongside Kamikaze with a slipstream run and gets around him for 7th position through turn 6.
Yeah,
And then Pedro and Number side by side.
You can see how slow you are from going side by side through turn number 6. You can't use all the track. Obviously, there's a competitor there. You have to be incredibly careful. You can see how Gemini's caught up to the back of this. He might find himself in 5th position if you can, hope these two keep battling. Obviously, that's what everybody wants to see. If you see battling behind you, you're pulling away. If you see battling ahead, positions are coming to you almost, but this is almost backing Gemini up into Kamikaze. So under the Michelin Bridge for the second time. What can Gemini do from here? It looks like he's going to have a run on Number. He's going to have to opt to the outside. Number sticking to that white line to give Gemini a long way around the outside. But you can see it's too wide behind. There's contact between the two. We're almost 3 wide now looking back from Gemini's car. There's a crash. There's a crash. That's the Apex Racing machine. And
Air Attack
else was involved?
Racing,
That's
Rover.
Rover, side-to-side contact with, was that Eyre? Or that was Parapo, I think.
Well, Gemini and Number were both involved in that, as well as Kamikaze. Kamikaze drops back behind Victor Veloso.
So Rover's in the pits after that smash at turn 14. Top 5 pretty well spread out. 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th, all fairly close. Parapo in 10th with a drive-through penalty pending, with Kamikaze just ahead, and Energy Virtual Racing's Victor Veloso up in 8th position.
Yeah, great start for Victor Veloso.
So Veloso in the red and blue car, with Kamikaze in the yellow Fragmaster car behind him. Now taking a look at the leader, Maunakasa, who has probably a dozen car length gap over Gabor, and then Fernando Igor in 3rd, Altsu 4th, and Pedro still in 5th. Kamikaze is trying to chase down Veloso and stay in contact with him. Battled in the mid-pack for 14th between Ayub and Steelbean. Steelbean sneaking around Ayub at turn number 10. And Teho Cuckoo is coming up the back of Ayub as they head into the national section, round turn 12.
Yeah,
Cuckoo in the
Cuckoo lining up
slipstream.
the slipstream, and he'll have a slipstream, well, distant toe of Steelbean if he can line it up properly. But there we go, the move's made on the back straight. Will Ayub have a comeback into the final hairpin? He's looking like he's going to have a go. No, he's backed out of it. And we'll save it for the home straight as Steelbean 2 cars ahead in the red and white car gets very sideways out of the hairpin. That's going to give Cuckoo the run he needs down the home straight. So this battle in the midfield closer than ever.
Steelbean might have a chance to get back in the toe and lunge up the inside, or do a switchback here at turn 1. Steelbean immediately tucking back in the slipstream of Cuckoo, and Cuckoo taking a defensive line into turn 1. Side by side, Steelbean lunging around the outside. Can he switch back or stick it? Nope. He yields the position to Cuckoo, and Ayub now right behind Steelbean into turn 2. Will he be able to stay with through this fast corner, or does he have to yield? He has to yield a little bit to the slipstream.
Yeah, slipstream definitely coming into effect during that mid-corner chicane after turn number 1. Steelbean's going to try and line up Cuckoo onto the back straight now. Steelbean, of course, one of the drivers who went for an unorthodox controller approach. I believe he used keyboard for most of his successful years, and apparently now drives a G29, so decided to make an upgrade before this race.
Steelbean 3-time Fox Friday champion, 2011, 2012, 2013. Does not collect Cuckoo in the slipstream up the backside.
Looks like Maunakassa's had a problem. He's all the way down in 12th at the moment. Looks like he's lagging, in fact, so that's really unfortunate for our race leader. It looks like Gabor has taken over the lead temporarily as Maunakassa drops way down the order. Not what we like to see from the veteran Fox driver, but anyway, we'll see whether his connection returns. No, it looks like he has dropped out of the server, so that is his race over. That is really unfortunate.
If he does manage to join back in, the administration will give him the credit for laps already complete, but a massive time loss. We'll have lost at least a minute and a half of that lap, plus however long it takes him to reconnect to the server.
So our new race leader, our pole sitter, Sidus Gabor, rounds the corner, final corner, onto the home straight with Igor close behind. Then it's Altsu, 2 Sidus cars in the top 3 currently, separated by Energy Virtual Racing's Fernando Igor. Then it's the first of the Road Appraiser cars, Road Appraiser Pedro. Fragmaster's number in 5th place, with Gemini in 6th. The next of the Energy Virtual Racing cars, Victor Veloso in P7 currently, closely followed by Kamikas for Fragmasters. Kaike Piroppo in 9th place, and Onifus driving this race solo in P10.
Just looking at the number 51 Sidus machine as we flick through the order just then, and just see how much Kirby's taken in turn number 16, the final corner. You can see that he's so committed to, just giving everything. You can see that's why he holds the fastest lap. Last time around, just 2/10 shy of his fastest lap, but the gap is opening up ever so slightly. The gap from first to second, 1.48 seconds, and then it's 3.4 back to third position. So comfortable, you could say, for the man out in front at the moment. But does anybody have an answer for his pace?
Battle back for 13th, 14th, 15th area between Ayub and Steelbean still going on.
Oh,
Ayub getting on
bit
the
of a
grass,
snap
getting
there
twitch.
at the apex. Steelbeam will inherit 14th position. Sorry to interrupt.
That's fine.
Just caught me so off guard. GG. Erotica will go through too, but Steelbeam's had an issue. He's lost the car. Where
Someone
does he
behind
end
as
up?
well. One
Yeah,
of the
that was-
Fragmaster's drivers,
That was
was it?
into turn 7. I think he just went
That's,
slightly wide onto the
It's Team
grass.
America Seba that's gone off behind.
So 2 cars suffering with the long sweeping 180 hairpin at the end of the back straight there. Steelbeam and Team America's Sabre.
Sabre, unfortunately, picking up some front right wing damage.
We're going to see a lot of that because we're coming into lap 5, 6, 7, 8. And about lap 8 is where the heat peaks on these tires, from some words I heard from the punters before the race. So when these tires get hot, these cars get even more twitchy. And trying to put the power on some of these corners with this car can lead to spin. And then if you get on just even a millimeter on the grass, that difference in grip can spin you around like a top.
So Steelbeam, the man in 22nd position, just took 22nd position away from VRS Barley now, trying to work his way back up the order. But yeah, you were saying the heat peak is the hottest these tyres get, and going sideways, losing traction, locking up, wheel spinning will all make it even worse. So drivers got to be incredibly careful. Now what can Steelbeam do from 22nd position? He's behind the number 66 machine. Paprika up ahead. Is he going to make a move? He moves to the right into turn 1, but thinks better of it. Just a bit too far back. Slightly tighter than the car ahead of him through turn number 1. Hits the apex pretty nicely. It moves over to the left, just showing... He's not close enough to show a nose, so to speak. He wants to make sure he gets back over to the right in order to take the best line he can through turn number 2. But side by side now as we approach turn 3 on the outside. He has the overlap, chooses not to take the traditional apex. He has all the track on the outside at his disposal. That move for 21st position is pretty much done and dusted. He can now hopefully bounce back from this, catch up to Master Race Cars Mega, who's currently a couple of seconds down the road now, but there's a train of cars ahead of him, and you know, through this second sector we will see that, you know, they'll bunch up, but it's not over yet. Paprika around the outside into turn number 6. You've got to be incredibly careful here. We see a switch back from Steelbeam.
Oh, Mandel is spun on the north straight up ahead of this.
So hopefully Mandula can get back underway, but we're still battling here for 20th position now, with Mandula unfortunately having to rejoin. Everybody behind has basically inherited a free position. This battle isn't over yet.
Laikanen did rejoin, by the way, and has been credited his laps back, but he is last of everyone, a lap behind.
Yeah, really unfortunate to see that the veteran with a time out there, but he can carry on. 3 hours is a long race, and with his pace, who knows how many places he can gain back.
We have a gaggle for 14th through 18th. Ayub is just ahead of this. We've got 3 wide between Team America Curry and Koivunen for World Class Lions, and MRC Michael to the inside. 3 wide into the hairpin at the end of the lap. Michael thinking a little bit better of it, and Master Race Cars Mega at the back watching this, waiting for the inevitable smash that might happen. Oh, we lost a car. Who was that? That was
It's one
Curry.
of the Team America cars, yeah. It's Curry in their unique orange and black striped livery. Quite easy to spot.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he's going to get absolutely swamped on the straights if he doesn't. You know, he's obviously trying his hardest to get back up to speed. He needs to tuck into the slipstream of the number 15 car just ahead of him and try and gain all the kilometers back he can after having, unfortunately, a poor turn 16.
Ooh,
On this contact
Steelbeam.
behind, Steelbeam is around. There's been contact between the number 66 and the 58. Looks as though 2 doesn't go into 1, of course. I think Steelbeam was just quite on the outside, and the 66 car looked to the inside, but just the unfortunate contact was made, and ban still being around. He's now down in 26th position after losing a few positions.
Yeah, a bit of unfortunate contact. We just missed the end of that. But still being back on his way.
Meanwhile, Michael is going to make a move on Ayub as we run down the back straight. They are side by side. Michael will lead through split number 2, and the overlap is made. Hopefully he can return to his line through turn number 6. What can Ayub do now from behind? He will have a little bit of the draft up until turn number 7. However, he didn't have the most ideal turn 6, and that's put him under pressure from Mega. Mega might relieve Ayub of 16th position as well. So, unfortunately for Ayub, down 2 positions in 2 corners, only on lap 7.
Yeah, the dirty air through the kink on the back straight really didn't help him there. Michael's car created some dirty air and Ayub had to lift off, which then meant he was mugged by Mega on the second part down to the 180 hairpin at the end of the back straight.
Yeah, Ayub seems to be keeping close to these two though through the middle section. He will have the run as soon as we get through the Michelin Bridge. The track doesn't necessarily straighten up, but the corners are less intensive. You're not loading the car up 100%, and you can see now he has the tow from the MRC cars ahead. And can he go around the outside of Mega? Which way will he look? He moves to the left-hand side. There will be almost neck and neck at the braking point, so can a switchback be on? Obviously, Mega will be on the inside for this corner. But I think Ayub just had the overlap, just struggled to get it turned in, though. You can see sideways at the apex, and they will be side by side again unless Ayub he upshifts very early. I think he's obviously conceding that you do not want to go 2 by 2 into turn number 16. That is a disaster. Thinks better of it. But now, again, on the attack, you can see if he gets the better exit through turn 16, we've got this huge straight, and the draft will just catapult him forward once again. However, the MRC guys both almost met each other perfectly. They are side by side up ahead. Ayub, unfortunately, I think just too far at the moment back. Mega on the outside. Michael braked a little bit earlier than his teammate. Mega able to hit a late apex, but hit the apex nonetheless, and he moves himself up to 15th position for now. Pekka Koivunen just ahead for World Class Lions. Mega taking quite a bit of curb through turn number 2. You can see the gap to the World Class Lions car will slowly come down. It was 0.8 seconds at the split just before the braking zone for turn number 3, which is the corner we've just gone through. We'll get another update on the gap at the second split line, which is in the middle of this straight. However, I think Koivunen did get a better exit out of turn number 5 onto the back straight, but the faster these cars get, the more the gaps are amplified. You'll only see them getting really close together in the very low speed corners. So the gap 1.21 seconds, so Mega did lose out 0.4 of a second in split number, well, between split 1 and 2 now.
Yeah, Mega's opening that gap up, and Ayub is wanting to come and play. He's going to struggle to stay under Michael's rear wing through this section of twisty corners, but we'll see whether he can get back into the draft on the run up to the final hairpin. Takes a much narrower line through the beginning of this sweeping section.
Yeah, he seems to be straightening out turns 10 and 11 out a bit more as we go through split 3. The gap between Ayub and Michael, 0.32 of a second. Michael opts to run a bit wide, maybe carry a bit more speed. However, the gap's coming down even more. Ayub, the draft will be amplified. However, I don't think he will be close enough unless it's a dive into turn number 15. But he's closer this time. And if he can follow Michael and get a good run through turn 16, he could overtake him on the start-finish straight.
You do get a great slipstream on some of these short straightaways with these cars, but you do not want to be right up the back at the chicane. You kind of want to be a standoff distance. And Michael's
right into the
Michael's
chicane.
clouded the tires at the chicane and taken Ayub out with him.
Absolute disaster now. Ayub able to get that car turned around. Michael straight into the pit lane.
Oh, yeah,
what will
Michael's
Ayub
rear
do?
dampers are gone.
Yeah, Michael in the pit lane. Ayub chooses to stay out. He's got a lap to size the car up. However, it looks, apart from the front wing being damaged, doesn't really have too much to worry about. There's more damage on the rear of his car than on the front in terms of suspension.
Meanwhile,
in 20
sorry,
seconds,
up at the front, we've got Number really has been bearing down on the back of Pedro for a couple of laps now. We're going to ride on board with him. This gaggle of cars at the front, the battle for the final place on the podium, consisting of Altsu, Pedro, the green car up ahead of the number who we're riding on board with. Gaps coming down all the time, and I reckon this is going to condense into some titanic battle at some point over the next couple of laps.
Number was incredibly fast through turn number 6. You could almost see the gap coming down. See how he takes turn number 8, which is the corner that we're round, and now the left-hander into turn number 9, the double apex right-hander. We'll get an update on the split times just before we approach the Michelin bridge. You'll see that in just a second, but it just seems he's taking tighter lines now through the left-hander of 10 up through 11, and let's have a look at the gaps now. 0.61 of a second separates Number from Pedro.
Number is the only driver on an R1, R2 strategy. So all these R1 drivers are coming out of heat peak. All their tires are starting to cool down, so they're going to get a little more grip back. They did really struggle from laps 5 to 8, like was talked about in some of the pre-race chatter. Number, rear wheels have stayed cool the whole time, so he's had good rear traction. The front's hotted up a little bit, so he might have been getting some of this advantage from that R2 rear.
Hopefully we get an interview with Number later on in the race. He is one of the drivers who we expect to hear from at some point, so maybe he can give us some insight into his choice as the only driver running that strategy. Right now though, it does appear to be paying off. It's a solid top 5 position. I know that he was very keen to be in these top positions, and yeah, it seems to be working well for him right now.
You know, just looking at them both heading down the main start and finish straight, Number, it looked as though he didn't want the slipstream from Pedro up ahead. He seemed to be quite happy to stay where he is for now. Maybe in terms of his strategy, he doesn't want to be battling too much. Happy to sit behind a driver. We know it's a very long race. We're not quite half an hour into the 3 hours of racing that we have today. So maybe taking his time for now. Still plenty of time left, like we said. So another 2 cars that are particularly close together on track are Master Race Cars Gemini and Energy Virtual Racing's Victor Veloso. The gap between these two in the battle for 6th position was about half a second last time around, but Gemini looks to be the faster of the 2 at the moment. Through the sweeping elevation changing flat out section, that is Sector 2. Seems to still be closing the gap, does the MRC driver. We'll see what the gap is just under the bridge, down to 0.36 of a second. So Gemini on a mission now to relieve Victor Veloso of 6th position and move himself up the grid order 1. Not close enough for a move into the penultimate corner, turn number 15. Still, these drivers aren't as fast as they were in qualifying, but taking the same lines and braking at, the latest opportunity. But just behind these guys, go ahead.
Side by side between Onifus and Cake Parapo from Energy Virtual Racing through the final chicane. Parapo still with a drive-through penalty for false start to serve. Onifus just getting ahead out of the turn 15 hairpin.
Those two had been scrapping for about a lap, but it got pretty close on the back straight, and Onifus just able to stay ahead.
Gemini right on the back of Veloso now, coming out of turn number 1. Will he get washed out in the slipstream of Veloso, or will he be able to slow down just enough to keep the gap as they cut across? Looks like he did make it pretty well through, so perhaps through these hairpins here at 3 and 4, can he close up even closer and get a slipstream run down the back straight from between turns 5 and 6.
Gemini will be attempting to time his run. Veloso was tighter on the exit there. Gemini taking a bit more of the AstroTurf on the outside of number 5. Arguably it was better for his tyres, but had to take a longer distance, so to speak, and you can see the gaps come up quite a bit. 0.46 seconds it was at split 2, which was halfway down the back straight through turn number 6. Gemini and Victor Veloso both very, very similar on apex speeds, but it was turn number 7 last time around that we saw Gemini closing up to the back of the Energy Virtual Racing machine, and I don't know if that's due to the fact that he's taking a slightly faster apex speed, or whether he seems to be braking a bit later, but arguably you could say he wants to get right up to the back of Victor towards the end of the lap and try and overtake him on that long straight that we have. The gap is now 0.4 of a second, so Gemini could see it could potentially be a setup difference. The drivers are of course able to set their cars up however they want in every aspect of the car, really, so you can adjust all the camber, the toe, the gearing, the wings, everything. So we know I think they're on the same tyres, so whether there's a couple degrees difference between the two drivers' setup in terms of wing could account for the fact that Gemini does close up to Victor in those long sweeping corners, just maybe has more downforce and grip to play with. But you can see Gemini moving to the outside a little bit earlier, trying to spot his apex and pounce on the number 10 machine ahead of him. Both very, very similar through turn number 16, but now you can see Gemini will have the draft. As he gets closer to the back of Victor's car, the draft will increase and he will benefit more from that, but just too far back at the moment. We're only on lap 12 though. Couple, about 15 seconds away from the half an hour mark. Gemini was very deep into turn number 1, braked quite a bit later than Victor did. Hit his apex okay, but ran wide slightly on the exit, a bit offline. You see the gap is neutralized again, but Gemini using all the track to his disposal through turn number 2, just how close he was able to run to that outside wall. So the gap again 0.5 of a second, so it seems to be stabilizing where it is at the moment. So Gemini gets closer to the back of Victor Veloso's car through the second sector, all the sweeping corners, but Victor's got such a great run through the final corner. He seems pretty safe on that straight at the moment. Through turn number 5, however, Victor was slightly loose, but not enough for Gemini to kind of profit from. Let's watch the cars through turn number 6 now.
During all of Gemini, that, MRC Fin UK was able to... Fragmaster's Fin UK now drives for Fragmasters. I need to keep reminding myself that. He made a pit stop, only half an hour gone. It's quite early, maybe he had some damage that he picked up somewhere. Sorry, back to you, Jake.
Yeah, no, these guys still trading tenths in different sectors, you know. The gap is almost yo-yoing between, 0.4 and 0.6 of a second at different parts of the track, but Gemini needs to size Veloso up now. Look at all the corners that he's faster than the man ahead in, and kind of use that to his advantage. As you follow a driver, obviously as a racer, you will size the guy up ahead of you. You'll know roughly where you are faster than them and where they're faster than you, so you can, almost build a portfolio upon the guy ahead in terms of where's best to overtake. So Gemini knows he's faster through the sweeping sections, I'm sure, because we do. What can he do from 7th position at the moment?
It always seems like he's so close out of the hairpin, but then through the chicane he just can't get within the draft range. Let's see if he can this time. We're looking out of the back of the gearbox of Victor Veloso. You can see that Victor Veloso gets a great entry in, and Gemini's just not there and able to capitalise on it down the main straight.
Is Gemini just worried about his Velosa going to clout the tires, and is he trying to wait back, but he's doing it too late? Should he go off earlier and try and get a better run when Velosa is already through? Is he getting too close into that chicane?
They're definitely taking different lines. I'm noticing Victor is later to turn into the corner and takes a later apex. He's further out to the right, but then that does compromise him because he has to work harder to get the car over to the right for the second part of turn 16. And Gemini, I'm not sure what he could do because obviously a driver's done so much practice here. They will have taken a few different lines in practice and qualifying, and just from being offline with, you know, running through the corner with different cars around you can put you offline, that might not be ever so confident in adjusting the lines too much. But if Gemini can get close enough, you know, in the low downforce, well, in the high downforce section, the very sweeping fast corners that we know he's faster on, he could potentially move ahead of position, because we, you know, even though the aero drop is there, all is to play for. But again, the gap 0.47 of a second, and it just keeps fluctuating. I think last time around, Gemini, I think it was a personal best lap time. So both of these guys still giving everything that they've got, and you can see how Velosa was slightly slower through turn number 6, and Gemini is arguably closer than he's been in the last about 2 or 3 laps, but not the greatest exit out turn number 7 for Velosa. We'll see how Gemini deals with the aero drop through the sweeping double apex right-hander of turn 9 now, before the fast downhill and then uphill turn number 10. So Velosa, you could just see his car stepping out ever so slightly, and whenever you're not in a complete straight line, you are slightly scrubbing speed off the car. So Gemini now arguably in the best position.
Oh, that's going to be a good run. He's going to have a great run.
Almost side by side as we run underneath the Intel bridge. There is contact ever so slightly between the two now as we round turn number 13 and the second apex of turn number 14. Gemini not able to get the overlap done. They will enter the braking zone for turn 15 side by side. Veloso nice and tight through turn number 15, using all the track on the exit, but Gemini is still there now. How are they going to navigate turn number 16? Who's going to brake first? And Veloso does drag the brakes a little bit earlier in order to get that car turned into 16. Obviously you don't want to be side by side there, but it's not over for Veloso. If he can tuck into the back of the slipstream, he can kind of tag along with Gemini for now and maybe size Gemini up over the next few laps. But for now, at least for this lap, the move has been made. Gemini moves up into P6, and Energy Virtual Racing's Victor Veloso finds himself in 7th.
Master Race Cars Gemini opting for a very lime green car today, as well as the lime green helmet he's currently wearing, so I wonder what the story is there.
Green's usually not looked on as a racing friendly color anyway.
Well, it looks stunning.
A lot of superstition with that. Yeah, very good looking livery.
Gabor's still out front in the number 51 machine, and the gap to Fernando Igor has gone up ever so slightly, but you have to say that the gap between the top 5 is still pretty close.
Igor has just gone purple in the first 2 sectors, and might be on a chance to gain best lap. 32.15 split 1, 26.99 split 2, 0.1 faster split 1, and 0.15 faster split 2 than Gabor. As they head through the sweeping section, they'll hit the end of the 3rd sector here in just a minute. Gap 3.45 seconds.
Yeah, and up until this lap, up until Igor went purple in those first 2 sectors, Gabor was fastest in all 4 sectors on the track.
Gabor just purple split 3 with a 48.05 for the 3rd sector. Igor 48.24 through the sweeping section, so not a good run through the sweeps for Igor that lap.
Tyre life beginning to come to an end now as we approach the top of the hour. The the tyres should be good for a full tank of fuel, so it will be interesting to see when the front runners decide to bail into the pits and refuel and change tyres.
The R1 drivers may need 3 pit stops in this race. Everyone else on R1, R2, or R2, R2 tires might be able to squeak it out in 2. Some of the slower R1 drivers might be able to get 2 stops out of it. Fuel runs less than the tires. The tires can be stretched much more than the fuel on most stages of the race. Gabor did reset fastest lap that lap with a 2 minutes 37.90, so the lap time's coming down greatly here as the fuel load gets light and the tires get into peak performance.
Yeah, Igor also across the line. I think that was a personal best for him at 2 minute 38.05. Just not quite able to get into the 37s like your race leader at the moment. The gap still increases. I think at this point on the last lap it was around about 0.2 of a second less than it is now, and it is 3.85 seconds. Actually, it's a bit more than that. It was about 3.4 last time around. So Gabor out in front, still extending his lead. Whereas Igor takes to the grass ever so slightly through turn number 6. It didn't hinder him too much, but he just got 2 wheels just a bit further than the AstroTurf. Didn't lift out of it, so I don't think he lost too much, but that'll certainly wake you up.
Gabor looks comfortable up front, doesn't he? You have to say.
He does indeed, but there's a long way to go. Plenty of pit stops and, things where you can gain or lose a second, And it also depends on where you pit, when you pit. It depends on where you come out after pitting. If you get into traffic, that can hinder you. But looking a bit further back, there's a little bit of a battle unfolding for 17th position. VRS Barley and Born to Race Scattle now through turn number 9, the double apex right-hander. Very, very close, and Barley seems to be dealing with the lack of front-end grip due to the draft quite easily. As you can see, he had to lift just out of the left-hander of turn number 10.
Paprika just given a warning by our race director for excessive contact, so warning to be more careful. Oh, Janne Lahikanen has spun coming out of turn 6 and has just joined the spectators. So after timing out early and a spin coming out of turn 6, looks like Lahikanen has decided to end his race.
That marks 3 cars that have now decided enough's enough within the first 40 minutes of this 3-hour race today. We're currently watching World Class Lions Pekka Koivunen, who's driving for the Teo GP team today, and joining us in the commentary box right now, we have Pekka Koivunen's teammate, IK. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
So, are you in the car next?
Yep.
Cool. When do you expect to be in the car?
We have driving turns in every hour. So in 20 minutes about I'm driving, and after that I'm back should be in the last hour.
Right, so you're going to take over the car for hour 2.
Yep.
And your teammate will take over the car. Is that Dimebag?
Yeah, I'm back.
Dimebag
If he
will
comes.
Okay, if he comes. And otherwise,
Yeah.
will Pekka jump back in the car for the final hour?
Yeah.
Alright, so Pekka currently in P14. What do you make of his stint so far?
It's been decent. I mean, he hadn't have any mistakes, so it's good. P14, not bad. And of course, it has been easier for him since everybody in front have made some mistakes, so it's not bad race for him, and I think it's good for me to continue from the P14 or wherever I come.
Yeah, so staying in that theme, he's currently in a bit of a gap right now. He's got Alpacin ahead of him and Master Race Cars Mega behind. So when you jump in the car, where are you aiming to slot in and take that car?
I don't have any idea. I practiced about 2 or 3 hours today, so I'm just happy if I don't make any mistakes during my run, and let's see where it goes.
Brilliant. Well, it's a long race. We wish you luck with your stint, and feel free to come say hi once it's over. Let us know how it goes.
Yep.
Thanks for joining us. Good luck.
Yep.
That was Teo GP's IK, teammates with the man on your screen, Mr. Pekka Koivunen. Back to you, gents.
Yeah, no, hopefully.
Thank you for that.
Hopefully they can carry on. They're doing well in 14th position at the moment. Nice bit of clean air ahead of them. The number 5 world-class line car, currently piloted by, like you said, Pekka Koivunen. Seems to be pulling away ever so slightly from MRC's Mega down in 15th position.
We have a pit stop for Onifus. A little early, I'd say. 43 minutes gone. What do you think of that?
I'll be curious to see what happens at the pit stop, whether he takes fuels and tyres, whether there's any damage involved or anything like that. Where will he?
He rejoins in P13.
He's down in P13 now, just ahead of Pekka Koivunen.
Could be a 3-stopper. Bit of a weird strategy. He didn't repair the rear wing damage that he's picked up, so I'll be interested to know what his thought process was for that stop. Number, meanwhile, is beginning to close that gap down again to Pedro. It opened up a little bit, and it's come down a little bit, but he's still knocking on the door of the positions that he wants to be in. We are expecting an interview with him in a bit, but he's clearly too focused.
He's a little busy right now.
Yeah, a little busy, trying to get inside these top positions. It might be that we have to wait till the end, because it doesn't look like he's going to be chilling out anytime soon. It's a great run for him so far. Obviously one of the long-term entrants into the Fox Friday series, took part in the first ever, along with VRS Barley, down in P18 currently. These two have been involved in the Fragmasters Fox Friday series since the very beginning.
Gabor been told by his teammate Sami Litmanen to box this lap. So our race leader should pit anytime soon, heading down towards turn number 15. So they'll be pitting here at the end of lap 17. Will Fernando Igor for Energy Virtual Racing follow in this lap or next?
So
Gabor comes through the final chicane now.
Looks like
in a very short pit lane.
Put full fuel in then. So running short fuel strategies just to keep the car nice and quick. They won't take tyres, but they will take a driver change. It's often said in endurance racing that it's good to give the next driver in the car a fresh set of tyres. Indeed.
Thinking exactly the same way as me, Pete. It's quite hard for a driver to jump into a car that's on worn tyres, obviously not being the driver to get the car to that stage. I don't think so. So no driver swap just yet, which would make sense, because I tell you, I wouldn't want to be in a car with, you know, a worn tyres, you know, because it's hard to find the limit. Then you have a rough picture in your head of how the car's going to handle, but it always surprises you. So
yeah, so that was
Gabor does remain in the car and is now in 8th position after that pit stop.
So Sami Litmanen calling his strategy on the server. That's quite interesting.
Number gave us some strategies beforehand in some of our prep when we were talking with him and some of the other drivers. And he gave 2 separate strategies for R1, R1. Some R1 drivers may do 2 pit stops to refuel to 100% and 2 changes of tires. Some may do 3 pit stops to fuel up all the way and 1 change of tire on lap 35. So the tires can go double stinted on the R1s.
Yeah, but you've got to be really careful to be able to make them last 35 laps around AS6. It's an absolutely huge order, tall order to make them that far. I heard some drivers were only making it to 33 in practice.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, if Gabor was going to pull this off, he needs to make sure that he doesn't catch anybody. And I mean, for the majority of the race, he's been out ahead with, full downforce and not having to work those tyres extra hard because he's had the grip that he needs. He's catching up to the back of Victor Beloso and Piroppo at the moment. There on the screen, you can see in the back of the shot, that's Gabor, and he's closing in on these guys.
Yeah, these are teammates battling very hard with one another. Obviously, they are racing independently here, but they are members of the same Energy Virtual Racing team.
Piroppo will be sharing his ride with Pedro Santos. And Veloso is solo driving this entire race. And Piroppo does have a drive-through penalty yet to serve for jumping the start.
Yeah, there's no.
And Piroppo is into the pits.
Time to serve. I'm guessing that'll be for a pit stop rather than the drive-through.
He's got to serve it because he can't do the pit stop while he's got a penalty.
Ah, of course, yes.
Yeah, so
he's coming in to serve that, and I wonder if he's going to pit in a lap or two.
Altsu with the fastest lap, am I wrong?
You are absolutely correct with a 2:37.65.
Yeah, so the number 11 Sidus car, the solo entry. Altsu is driving the entire race on his own, currently 2.81 seconds behind your race leader, the Energy Virtual Racing number 48 machine, driven by Igor at the moment.
Yeah, Fernando Igor doing a great job. I wonder what strategy they're on, because we're approaching the hour mark. We've seen the leader, the leader before, Silas's Gabor, came in for fuel only. Igor obviously carrying a little bit more fuel on board, opting for a slightly different strategy to the Silas team. I think this is great that the 3-hour format in the FOX gives teams and individuals so much interesting strategy to play around with. I mean, even in the regular Fox Friday races that are around about an hour and 15 minutes long, you can't make the fuel last that long, so you have to pit at least once. And from first-hand experience, I have to say that the strategy options that affords is always very interesting. A great car, has to be said.
And we're going to see these strategies play out all the way to the end of the race. And some of these drivers that are hanging back 3rd, 4th, 5th, if they can make it go right to them, they might see a shot at the victory at the end of this. So we're going to have 3 or 4 drivers. We're going to have 3 or 4 drivers that are right up the top at the end of this. The favorites, the bookies had the favorites coming into this as the Sidus team of Gabor and Littmanen. And I totally agree with that. They're some of the fastest drivers in the Fox. So we're going to see a really great battle towards the sharp end of this race.
Could we see Igor take the fastest lap of the race? Not quite, 2/100th of a second slower than Altsu's fastest lap last time around. He did go purple in split number 2, did your race leader last time around?
Number just set fastest lap of the race on.
And look how close he is to Pedro now. Just look how close he is.
That. 0.5 of a second behind at the start finish line. Pedro was about 0.3 of a second slower on that last lap. So Number trying to get in with a shot into 3rd in the provisional podium here before his first stop of the race.
And on that subject, I have to say that wouldn't it be nice, I know we're not supposed to be biased, but wouldn't it be nice if a Fragmasters member ended up on the podium on their 10th anniversary, and no less Number, who was there on the very first race. It would be nice.
I believe he was the only driver to finish the first race that's in the race today.
All right, fair enough. We're going to have a quick word with Maunakasa, who's had a fairly up and down race. Hi, Maunakasa.
Hi.
We saw your unfortunate timeout after getting pole. Talk us through your albeit short race.
Yeah. Actually, it was like 8 years since I last played LFS, so and it lasts now like 11 minutes, so wasn't maybe worth it, but but my 5G just couldn't make it, and that was it.
That's a really big shame. Yeah, I mean, I wish I could say more. Yeah. You deserved so much better than that.
Yeah, you did indeed. I mean, qualifying your effort was amazing. You know. What were your thoughts going into the race?
Yeah, actually, I missed the last corner 3 times in qualifying, so I was a bit disappointing about second place because I shouldn't have done the pole. But after the first corner in the race, it felt good, and everything was in control. But what you can do?
No, exactly. Completely out of your control.
You grabbed the lead very early on from Gabor. Unfortunately, you didn't quite put it on pole, but after 8 years, you've still got it.
Yeah, it was fun to try in the week before the race, and it took like 10 laps to get used to the car and track, and then it felt like 8 years. It was like 8 days.
That is quite interesting to hear. I mean, yeah. Well, thank you for joining and having a chat. Feel free to join at the end to. Yeah, we'll go over the history of the league and just have a bit of a chit chat. So.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Speak to you later.
Yeah.
Fragmaster there with a proud history. Didn't quite go his way today, gents.
No. Gabor and Kamikaze having a scrap for 7th place. Gabor working his way back up through the field after his pit stop. And it'll be interesting to see how he negotiates traffic and see how that impacts their placement in the race, because they pit early. They came out in the middle of the pack. And are they going to get held up a little unduly? And with Igor up scot-free at the front of the pack, skating away, is he going to have enough space? Can he pull out some of the gap in the extra time he's running?
Now, Gabor needs to be incredibly careful if he's going to make a move on the number 28 machine driven by Kamikaze, just ahead of him, up in 7th place. Because we were talking about he might be aiming to make these tyres last till around lap 35, but that's a big ask. And whenever he's following another car through the fast and sweeping sections of the track, obviously less downforce, his tyres are going to have to work harder, and this could only really hurt his attempt to get as far as he can on these tyres. So like we were saying earlier, drivers in practice managed to get about 32-33 laps out of them, and that was more than likely completely in clean air all the time, whereas now Gabor's following Kamikaze, and if he gets closer, will go for that move. He needs to make sure he looks after his tyres, and if he does go for the move, he needs to just get it done and
sorry
just
to butt
as
in
quick
here.
as he can.
Just saw Al Payson and Onifus side by side through the sweepers. Tiny bit of contact, but they managed to get out unscathed. It looks like Al Payson's going to have a run on Onifus down the back straight, moves to the inside. Sorry about you, Jack.
That Onifus and Al Payson battle has been developing for a few laps, and Onifus back in the slipstream. I'm going to try and keep it around the outside here at turn 15, but Alpay just sticking with it, and they'll go side by side. Will he on the outside yield in that yellow car to the black car of Onifus? Looks like he does into the chicane, but with a great run through it, and we'll be along side by side even before the pit entry starts.
Onifus did
and a
have
drag
to
race
lift there in the
down
middle
the
of
front
that
straight.
corner. Because Onifus again choosing to lift a little bit more so that he can tuck into the slipstream with the number 9 car and attack again into turn number 1. He'll be on the outside here as well as he was in turn 15. Seems to be able to, keep the pace around the outside. He's comfortable running that line, Manages to get the move done into the slight left-right of turn number 2.
Alpay got just totally arrow stuck there, and the car would not turn the way he wanted and very nearly clouded the tires on the right-hand side of that chicane. So Hanif is completing the pass and will be up into 12th here. 22 laps being worked on right now by our race leader, Fernando Igor.
As Gemini sets the new fastest lap of the race, as his tyres are beginning to approach their optimum and the fuel's out of the car, so plenty of people sharing the speed at the front of the field.
Now the gap between Gemini and Veloso has gone up quite a bit. Veloso last time around was just 1/100th of a second slower than Gemini, who set the fastest lap at 2 minute 37.24.
We're watching the rear view wing of Mega. He's got Team America's Curry bearing down on him. Curry with a little bit of front right damage to his Formula XR machine. Will that affect him as we head into the sweepers? You won't want to be following too closely through here, that's for sure. These two, one of the closest duos on the track currently. And we're expecting to see a flurry of pit stops any minute now. Who's going to blink first? Curry gets onto the grass there, trying to maybe cool his tyres down.
While we watch this, this pit lane is perfectly straight, but it's a very fast entry and a very fast exit. We are probably gonna see one or two drivers just try and push that a little too much going into the pit lane, and might just get nicked with a speeding penalty for not slowing down too much.
Meanwhile, Curry's got a huge run on Mega now, side by side across the start-finish line to complete lap number 22.
Car in the pits.
On to 23. But yeah, no, like you were saying there, JP, drivers on their practice runs up into the pit lane will be used to braking, obviously in a straight line, on not necessarily like incredibly old tyres, so could catch them out when they do make the pit stop. If they lock up, they will not slow down as efficiently and could incur a drive-through or stop-go penalty as Mega backs out of the move there up into turn number 2. And I mean, out of all the corners that we've seen, I mean, the Eyre drop there is absolutely huge. We saw it last time around as well.
Still being in several were the drivers that tucked into pit lane off in the background that lap.
Yeah, so opting to pit bang on the hour. We'll see whether they decide to refuel tyres and fuel and hand over to teammates.
Our top 4 and top 5 coming around the back of the national section now, so I will holler out if one of them come into the pits this lap. I think 25 laps was a number that was floated about frequently for.
We've got a car off that Scattle down in 18th position now. He was right behind Mega, locked up quite a bit into turn number 7, and it span him around. He's
race
able to recover.
Race leader's in.
No, he got into the pits for Energy Virtual Racing,
and
number 48
also
machine.
Also in Pedro
The top
number
2.
and Gemini comes in, but Pedro numbers stay out another lap.
Now, Pedro is your new race leader for now, as he sets his personal best lap time so far, 2 minute 37.42. So a couple of tenths shy of the fastest lap that we've seen so far, but the man in the number 72 machine showing he's got quite the pace at the moment. So Gemini choosing fresh tyres and some fuel. Where will the number 95 car rejoin it? At the moment he's in 10th position, although he's just lost out to onto race at red. Now the race leader is down in 11th after that pit stop.
just shy, or just over 11 3/4 second pit stops for all three of the drivers that just pit. Fastest of that by 5/100ths of a second is Gemini.
We've got 4 cars in the pit lane currently. The driver we had an interview with just before is in the car. Teo IK leaves the pits for the Teo GP team. Pekka Koivunen with a great first stint hands the car over to his teammate. Let's see how he gets on during his hour of driving.
Igor comes out 7 3/4 seconds behind Gabor.
Yeah, and Igor's got Altsu in his mirrors now, as he has for most of the race, but now both of them with a pit stop under their belt. Now, when do we think that Pedro and Number are going to peel into the pit lane? It can't be too much longer. Be interesting to see what Number does with his tyres, considering he's running a different strategy to everyone else. They could be in this lap, so let's keep an eye out.
And I think the limit is more going to be the fuel than the tires. Because the FOX guzzles fuel.
Who's going to blink first? Will they both peel it into the pits? They do.
Both of them are, yes.
Pedro elects for the first pit
an
box.
early stop, yep, and Number taking just a few rows down.
And Victor
Victor
Veloso
also in.
Kamikaze in, and Gabor retakes over the lead of the race. And he'll have a commanding gap over Kamikaze, as Kamikaze only just pulls up to his pit box. So Gabor has managed to do something crazy there. TJ in as well. Igor then reclaims P2, and Altsu retakes P number 3.
We'll see Gabor back in the pits though in around about 7 or 8 lap time, depending on how much life he can get out of those tyres. So yet to stop once more, change tyres. He is double stinting those R1s.
Yeah, the Fragmaster teammates have come out line astern. Number retakes 5th position after the pit stops have organised themselves, and look who is up ahead of him. It's Pedro's teammate TJ now. So TJ has the disadvantage that he's just been chucked into a car that may have picked up a little bit of damage, who knows. It'll be a little bit foreign to him. This is Number's time to turn up the wick and close that gap down to the road appraiser driver, who is fresh in the car.
Kamikaze, by the way, on that pit stop, just took fuel, which took about 4 seconds. This is about 11 to 12 seconds for fuel and tires.
Yeah, and he's bearing down on his teammate now. He'll have better tyres if he didn't indeed take them off. That'll be really interesting for Number, who will want to keep the pressure on TJ, but he won't want to hold up his teammate necessarily. If his teammate is on a quicker setup right now.
Well, Kamikaze looks like he's got bags more grip than his teammate just ahead, and you would have thought if you were in Number's position, maybe you'd let your teammate through and potentially try and follow him past the car ahead, because look, he already has the pace. They're going to be side by side. Number moves to the outside, not covered off the inside. Oh, nice.
But if
through from a teammate,
if Kamikaze is going that fast, because he's got warmer tires, so he's got a little more grip to him, that might even cause a little bit of grief to TJ when he has to deal with Kamikaze passing. So that might help Number catch up to TJ anyway.
We've got Kaike Piroppo battling with Teo Pantheo up the back straight towards the final hairpin. The pair are side by side as they break before the hairpin, contact a little bit. And Pantheo comes out on top of that battle for now, but now there's a really long home straight for them to deal with. Kaike is in the slipstream as we go over start finish. And here he comes, he takes the inside line into turn number 1. Gets the car slowed down nicely and takes over position 10.
Yeah, meanwhile up ahead, Kamikaze is caught right up back of TJ and is in within slipstreaming range as we drive down the back straight. TJ opts to go to the right, which obviously gives him the inside for the second part of turn number 6. However, Kamikaze will have the move done and dusted, the overlap sorted before turn number 6.
TJ in the dirty air.
TJ able, well, there was a slight lift, maybe even a dab of the brakes there through turn number 6, but TJ slots in to 5th position and Kamikaze promotes himself up to 4th, so you can see the man in 3rd, Sidus Altsu, just around the corner from Kamikaze at the moment. Apart from our leader, Igor Altsu and Kamikaze, within around about 5 or 6 seconds of each other. I'll tell you exactly the figures at the next split, which is just where the Michelin Bridge is here. But yeah, 5.23 seconds separates Kamikaze from 2nd place, and only 2.8 is the gap to 3rd ahead. So Kamikaze can carry this pace, depending on what the lap times of the others are. Could see a battle for 3rd very soon.
Yeah, no doubt. He's managed to clear Number and TJ in such a short amount of time that you can only imagine that he's playing some sort of alternate strategy that none of the top guys have really thought about. Unless, yeah, so he's obviously trying to take more out of the tyres than anybody else. Very, very interesting.
I wonder.
Kamikaze should be in the pits in the next 10 minutes, though. Because
Kamikaze is unbelievably fast. I'm just looking at the split times here. Last time around, Igor and Altsu both identical lap times, 2 minute 39.61, whereas Kamikaze 2:38.2. So
yeah,
1.4 seconds faster.
He's on a 3-stop, same as Gabor, so he'll be in the pits in the next 10 minutes to refuel and change tyres. As will Gabor, I expect.
Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. Is they're going to have a tire and fuel stop. They're going to go bung full of juice at the stop, fresh boots. Then they're going to go another 15 to 18 laps on the fuel. And they're going to try and run the tires. They're going to try and do 2 sets of tires, 3 tanks of fuel.
Something like that.
And the hope is going to be that the pace that they can keep by doing that is enough to make up for that extra stop.
Look at the battle for 7th place now.
Onifus and Victor Veloso.
Onifus around the outside of Victor Veloso
And
there.
Gemini just behind this too, so Gemini looking to profit off of this battle.
Yeah, we're riding on board as we enter the sweepers. Gemini in the dirty air of both the cars in front. But we know that these two are running slightly different wings to each other. Gemini able to make the use of the downforce through the twisty sections, but not as fast on the straights, which explains the concertina effect we see when we ride on board with Gemini.
Gemini's going to have a great slipstream down here. And so he's going to come up the back of Veloso, and he's going to go to the left, so side by side through turn 13 and 14. And Gemini will almost just have Veloso cleared, and has done before the braking. Now, Is Velosa going to try and stick with him, or is he just going to yield the position? Oh, Gemini's gone wide and gotten on the grass and had to back way out of it. So Gemini had position, lost by running just a touch wide and having to back out of the throttle.
Yeah, meanwhile, up ahead, keep an eye on Kamikaze. Look at the gap between him and Sinus Altsu. It's 0.3 of a second at the line. We could see a dive into turn number 1. He has the draft. He's approaching, moves to the right. Brakes incredibly late, but is still able to get it turned into the corner. Switchback unable to be pulled off by the Sidus driver, number 11, Altsu, in his solo effort in the 3-hour race here today. But Kamikaze now promotes himself into them podium positions. And if he can carry this pace forward in a few laps, he could relieve Igor of second place too. The gap from Kamikaze to your race leader is 16.31 seconds. However, Gabor is hugely faster than any of the cars behind him at the moment. The only person able to really match the leader's lap times is Onifus, both setting identical lap times, him and the race leader, 2:37.84 last time around. Kamikaze 2:37.82, so very, very similar pace.
Got Mega and Robo going at it again, as they have been for quite a while. Similar drivers on similar strategies end up tangling together the most. Kamikaze and Gabor on a similar 3-stop strategy. They are spread out quite a bit, but really cool to see these alternative strategies. Mega losing out for now over the attack driver.
It's a beautiful thing when you can have multiple strategies. It just lets things play out and lets different drivers' talents shine. So we're going to get some good representation of that here. Look at GT2 Challenge, the 75-ish minute race leading to different strategies. So the strategy makes the play, and you know it's a subtle, tense situation where you wonder who's going to make it.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, it does still play a part in the shorter Fox Friday races. Speaking of, if you haven't heard of Fox Friday, where have you been for the last 10 years? No, but seriously, you can get involved in Fox Friday every single Friday of the year over on the Fragmaster's Fox Friday server. Action kicks off around 8:30 UTC +1, or 9:30 UTC.
Get there early.
Get there early to get your space, exactly. Full car grids every Friday, a great community, and very, very long, prosperous history. Get yourselves along to that.
It was when we did the 500th event a couple months ago. Just getting us in to do the broadcast was a challenge, and it's just amazing seeing 40 cars trundling down to turn 1 on the start. So definitely join the regular Fox Friday.
Onifus is caught up to the back of Number now, and should be passed on the back straight, I'd say. These two drivers running wildly different strategies, hence the huge overspeed of the Number 666. Number lifting, doesn't want to get caught up in the dirty air through the sweepers at the end or in the middle of this back straight section. Very, very wise.
Pete, keep this in the back of your head. Kamikaze is reeling in, like absolutely reeling in Igor.
Yeah, he's been doing this for a number of laps.
1.5 seconds faster to lap.
He has to be past Igor before he makes his pit stop in order for this strategy that he's on to have made any sense. You would expect that he should be in within the next 5-10, I think.
I think the target was 35. So
okay.
They're on 29 now. So I think 33 to 35 is what the target would be. So 3 or 4 laps. You know what? Let's do this, folks. Thank you for watching with us here on Sim Broadcasts, by the way. It's the 3 Hours of Fox Friday. Let's give you a chance to see this battle come up. It'll go away pretty quickly, probably, but let's just take a break from us talking for a few. Let's stick with onboards for a little bit. We're going to watch this battle between Kamikaze and Igor develop. Crank up the volume. It is on now as they head through turn 10, bang to the left over the curb. Coming into turn 12 now, past split 3. It is only 0.17 of a second. Kamikaze takes a wide line through turn 12 to not get slipstreamed and has the slipstream on Igor. Will Igor be a sitting duck? He leaves the inside open for Kamikaze, who takes second position. Igor trying to stick with the slipstream if he can, but Kamikaze tucking off to the right to break that draft. And Kamikaze launching himself into P2 here. Mere laps away from his second stop of 3 today as they come out of the final hairpin and down the hill to the chicane to complete the 30th circuit of Aston Grand Touring.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. Across the line he comes. We're 10 minutes away from the halfway mark here, and strategy already starting to show itself. We've now got Gabor and Kamikaze on this 3-stop strategy out in P1 and 2. There is a fair gap between the two. Gabor already approaching the second sector.
16
on a similar strategy, sorry to interrupt, is closing down on the back of Road Appraiser's TJ, the number 72. Let's go on board with Onifus and see how he can deal with this. TJ runs quite wide. Contact between the pair. Can't be doing too much with that as we head on to the back straight. Onifus will have a huge slipstream. Pulls out of the slipstream quite early, so they're going to be side by side as we make our way down the straight. Onifus will have the inside line for the kink, and he's passed before they even get there. TJ now in the dirty air, decides to stick under the rear wing, and Onifus makes it stick. Our fastest lap holder, by the way, Victor Veloso, is down in 9th place right now.
He set that best lap on the 22nd lap of the race. He has two best sectors right now of the whole race so far. Gemini has the best second sector, and Rober of Air Attack with the best third split. You watch Gemini. Now, Pantheo coming into the sweeping section of the circuit.
Yeah, Pantheo just overtaken by Born to Race's Classic, the 69 machine. Born to Race up to P11.
Up at the top of the grid, just for perusing for later, last couple 3 laps, Kamikaze has been at least 0.2 of a second faster. This last lap, he was 3/4 of a second faster than Gabor. The gap's down to 15.5 seconds from 16.25 last lap. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out in 90 minutes at the end of the 3 hours if nothing happens between these two. I'm looking at the tires for Gabor and Kamikaze. And Kamikaze looks like he might be able to squeak out a lap or two more than Gabor might be able to.
Interesting.
So, but I'm wondering if Gabor will be in next lap or the lap after.
Might explain why Kamikaze is slightly faster at this stage of the race, as Gabor's tyres have gone off a bit faster. We're watching the review camera of Ayub, and this is Steelbean, who is in the draft, just about feeling the aero effects of it, but it won't be enough for a move into turn number 1. The Fox veteran currently in P number 18, looking all over the back of Born to Race's Ayub.
We've also got the number 10 machine, the Energy Virtual Racing car. Victor Veloso is catching up to the back of Gemini now, quite significantly. If he can hold the run he has currently, we might see a change of position by the end of this lap, I think. Veloso incredibly fast so far this lap. Last time around he was 7/10 faster than the car ahead of him. On this lap alone, it is very similar the last time around. 10th or 2 in basically every single sector. So if Veloso gets a decent run through the final corner, aided by the draft of course, up into turn 1, all is to play for. So nice and smooth through the final corner, not really leaving anything on the table at all. I think this time around, at least for turn 1, he is safe. Veloso, however, the gap is now 0.66 of a second. Last time around, Veloso a 2-minute 39.33 ahead. Very, very similar lap times to 2:39.30. So it was coming down around about 7/10 a lap until now. If that was just a potential mistake from Veloso, we'll see that pace resumed.
We just missed Onifus moving up into P number 4 past Altsu. The number 666 is on a charge on the alternate strategy. And now he'll set his sights firmly on Fernando Igor and the podium.
Yeah, the gap to Igor just ahead, 4.83 seconds, so we'll start to see Onifus potentially chipping away at the time there, bring that gap down. We're approaching the 90-minute mark. We're 1 hour 26 minutes into the racing so far today.
top 6 still within touching distance of each other, especially from P2 down to P6. Numbers dropped off the pace a little bit now, but there's still a long way to go. We're not even halfway. Anything can happen. We've got to start seeing those cars on the 3-stop strategy in the pit lane. Those tyres must be getting awfully thin.
I've seen so far on this lap, Veloso and Gemini, up until split 2, was separated on this lap at least by 2/100th of a second. Both had identical split 1 times, and Veloso gained 2/100th of a second through split number 2. But Gemini, it could again be the setups we've seen him throughout the race, incredibly fast through the long sweeping parts of the track, and he gained around a 10th there. He seems to be ever so slightly faster through the final section 2, whether that's just the way
down,
he
P16.
takes the final corner.
Sorry to butt in. Looks like Robert is the cat amongst the pigeons. Ayoub's managed to get up to P15. Robert in P16. Steelbean still there. Has made his way past Scattle.
Onifus is in the pits. That was a fresh tyres and refuel pit stop for the number 666 machine.
Yeah, and he rejoins down in 9th place. So yeah, Gabor really does need a pit stop now.
Yep.
And Kamikaze.
Kamikaze has more heat in the tires than Gabor does at this point.
But how much tread has he got left?
It looks like he has just a bit more.
Wow, okay, so he might be able to do a lap or so more.
It might be a lap's worth. So I've been keeping my eye on. Gap's down to 14.2, so in these last 2 or 3 laps, Kamikaze has taken about 2 seconds off of it. If they're going for a 35 lap stint, we might want to watch Gabor for a puncture. If they come in this lap, it might be if Kamikaze can make an extra lap, that'll take another couple seconds off of it. But we're 28 seconds from the halfway point in this race. So if they can make these tires last the rest of the race, or a set of R1s last less than half the race now, which they've already gone half the race, we know they can make one more set of R1s go the distance. Gabor coming out of the final hairpin now. And will he take a tight line out of the chicane and come into the pit lane this lap, or will he go one more lap?
In the pits.
Gabor later pits now.
Hits his marks nicely. Will he do the same for his pit box? He does. So Kamikaze, will Kamikaze stay out? Kamikaze also comes in the pits.
Kamikaze also coming in, yes.
This will be a longer stop for these guys because they're... Oh! Kamikaze nearly collected as Gabor decides to shoot off. And Fernando Igor now takes over the lead of this race. Sami Lipmanen takes over the number 51 car. And will immediately be defending from Road Appraiser's TJ into turn number 1. So Altsu returns in P number 2, and now we have this battle on between Road Appraiser's TJ and Sami Lipmanen.
Just had a message from Kamikaze in the chat. Second lap messed up my suspension. And yeah, he's got some control arm damage on all 4 corners, and left rear about 30% damper in the orange. So Fernando Igor back in the lead. Altsu in second for Sidus. TJ in third. Sammy Littmanen right behind TJ after taking over the car from Gabor here through turn 6. So we'll see what Sammy Littmanen can do here in the second half of the race. You are watching the fantastic Fragmaster's Fox Friday, Saturday edition, the 3 hours of Aston Grand Touring. I'm Jonathan Palmer with you here on Sim Broadcasts with Jack Eyre and Pete Busher. Also got Elmo in the background with us, helping with some spotting and some information. So we're glad to have you with us aboard here today. Jack, what have you thought of the race so far in this first half?
It's been incredibly, exciting. The drastic strategy differences between a lot of the teams is only coming out to fruition now. We're still seeing people on different strategies in positions they shouldn't really be in, and things will start to normalize as we get further into the race. But it's going to be honestly, it's going to be brilliant to see where everybody will end up later on in the race. Just keeping an eye on Veloso and Gemini for now, because Veloso was closing that gap, but he just doesn't seem to be able to get too close. We know Gemini is incredibly fast through the sweeping corners, but Veloso is incredibly fast in sector 1 and 2, which are majority straight, so that does look to be a setup difference between the two cars. And we were talking about strategies and things earlier and how we would set the cars up if we were racing, and like you said, Pete, you want a little bit more downforce in qualifying and potentially a little less in the race depending. And yeah, I think Gemini and Veloso both on very different car setups, and still, I think the gap at the line was 1.17 seconds, and after 36 laps, an hour and a half of racing, that's all that separates them is a second. So we'll see how things get on for them towards the end of their stints. See if strategy comes into play for any position changes anywhere on the order, but Sammy Littmanen for Cider seems to be coming on song pretty nicely. He is currently following TJ at the moment in the number 72 car. 3 Brazilians are definitely ones to look out for. They find themselves at the moment on the last step on the podium so far.
Yeah, Sammy Littmanen not able to turn his tyres on as well as he needs to try and keep up with TJ. Obviously, Sammy will be on a lot higher fuel, and he'll be going a lot longer on the tyres. So he's on fresh tyres and needs to get them up to temperature before he can even hope of bearing down on anybody ahead.
Sammy Littmanen is the fastest driver by default, currently has the most world records, so we will expect to see good pace from him later in the race. He does hold most wins on Fox Friday and is a 4 times Fox Friday champion. 4 times of the 10 years as a champion. Most world records. Jack, do you think it's Gabor and Liddy's to lose?
You could argue that. I mean, Gabor also, he's praised as one of the most improved drivers in 2019. He came roughly from about the midfield to the very top, and he finished 3rd last year in the standings. So yeah, I think that this pairing of drivers, the 51 Sidus machine, is arguably the favourite. You don't want to call them a dark horse because they're expected almost to be the ones to beat, kind of thing. So yeah, I think it's definitely theirs to lose.
Number comes into the pit stop. Is that a scheduled pit stop? What's going on that car? Can we tell? He's dropping way down the order. I'm going to go along with that wasn't scheduled because he's now in P12.
I don't think it was. Looking at the information I have, it was a 31.21 second stop for
Ouch.
damages, wheels, body, refuel, and a setup adjustment too. So
Sounds like a need for me to go to the replay.
Yeah, if you could go and have a look and see what we missed there. Number dropping down from a very respectable top 5 position all the way down now to P13. Ouch. Not what he wanted. Maybe we'll hear from him a little bit later. Fernando Igor leads this race, but for how much longer? His strategy working out very well right now, but we do expect to see the Energy Virtual Racing Machine into the pits at some point relatively soon to the cars around him.
So, Number had a spin coming out of turn 5 and clouded the tire barrier driver's left pretty well with the right hand side.
unfortunate for him, turn 5 is the turn onto the back straight just before split 2, so he will have had to nurse whatever damage he repaired for the majority of the lap. That's why he lost so many places and finds himself down in 13th position.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate if it was damage that was enough to render his stint over.
Yeah, well,
He had left side damper damage earlier. Then this left him with upper lower right rear control arm damage and knocked the toe out on the right rear.
That wouldn't have been comfortable to drive for.
So
any
yeah,
longer
and
the
I
corners.
could just tell watching it. It was a bear to drive.
So looks like Fragmaster's Kamikaze car number 28 is currently holding up FM's honour. Be good to see at least one of the cars finish well. It looks like Al Payson has now overtaken Number as well, so Al in P12, Number in P13. The highest running Born to Race car, the number 69, is in P number 10 at the moment. The sister car, the number 25, driven by Ayub, is currently under threat by air attacks. Rover. As we head down to turn number 1, what's going to go on here? Ayub defending hard. He'll have the line into the chicane. Yeah, the air attack machine has to lift off, but we'll have a good run into the next set of hairpins. Just needs a good exit onto the back straight to line Ayub up down the long back straight.
A good exit from them both there now. Robert, tactical lift maybe, doesn't want to make the move too early, as Ayub will attack back if he gets the overlap too early and tucks back in, but seems to have the move done. Will not move over to the right of the track just before he takes the initial left for number 6, but that means that Ayub doesn't have as much error drop as if Robert took back to his normal racing line. Through turn number 7 they seem pretty evenly matched, so we'll see how Ayub can maybe potentially attack back.
I think the momentum is definitely with Rover right now.
Yeah, they were pretty matched in Sector 3 last time around, but Robo would have been behind Ayub, whereas Robo was slightly faster In split 2 this time around, and again 0.4 of a second up.
Fernando Igor for Energy Virtual Racing leads the 3-hour Fox Endurance, run by Fragmasters, broadcast to you today by simbroadcasts.tv. Second place, the first of the Sidus cars, currently being driven by Altsu.
Who is being caught by TJ.
Quite considerably, you'd say. Pedro's teammate TJ is doing a fine job in P number 3 and has dropped Sami Lipmanen, the FOX veteran, 4-time champ. Currently sits 4th for Team Sidus. Then it's Gemini who's making his way past a back marker. I think that's Paprika.
Paprika just having to serve a drive-through penalty a couple laps ago for speeding in the pit lane.
Then it's the first of the Energy Virtual Racing cars, Victor Veloso in P number 6, followed by Fragmaster's Kamikas, the highest running Fragmaster's car. The hosts in P7. Onifus has had a good drive this race on the alternative strategy, should I say, in P8. Then the second of the 3 Energy Virtual Racing cars here today is Kaike Piroppo. His teammate is currently leading the race. Then it's Born to Race Classic, still in P number 10. Teo's Pantheo in P11. Fragmaster's Al Payson in P12, followed by his teammate Number, who had an incident at turn number 5 a couple of laps ago, forcing him to make an unscheduled pit stop for damage, tyres and fuel, which resets his strategy. I also hear that he is now on an R2-R2 strategy, if one of you can try and verify that.
That is correct.
So yeah, electing to move off of his R1-R2 strategy, which obviously wasn't working for him, he didn't feel. Mega, P14 for Master Race Car. Eyre attacks Roba in P number 15. Then it's the other Born to Race duo of Ayub and Scattle in P16 and 17 respectively. Then it's Steelbean bearing down on the back of Scattle. Another FOX veteran ditches his keyboard for a G29 for today's race. Then it's Loco for Team America, followed by Seba for Team America. Then Teo Ik, who we had a chat to earlier on. I think that Pekka Koivunen handed the car to him. Was it P14 or there or thereabouts? He's currently down in P21, so something hasn't gone their way since the pit stop. It would
Yeah,
appear.
they are down 7 positions from where they started. They're on R2, R2s as well. At the top 11 on R1, R1. And then there's a gaggle of 3. Alpay, Number and Mega on R2, R2.
TJ's within 1 1/4.
We're going to have a quick word with Teo Christian. Hi, Christian. Are you there?
Hello there. Hello
Hi.
there.
Your teammates with Pantheo today. He's currently driving around in P number 11. How's your race gone so far?
Well, it has gone. Had a bit of a crash the tires.
Sorry, you're cutting out a little bit. Don't know if you can quickly sort that issue. Sounds like Christian's having some audio issues, so we'll get back to him in just a few moments' time. We're watching his teammate, Pantheo, currently in P number 11, driving the number 4 machine.
lähtee tästä.
Hello, Christian, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're just cutting off a little bit.
I think the voice activation is just slightly cutting the start of your words off ever so slightly.
Let's see how this goes. Anyway, we're watching your teammate. You were in the car before, I believe, or try and fill us in on how your race has gone. If not, we can come back to you later. We'll come back to Christian later. So I'll continue down our rundown. We were with Teo IK, who is now being followed by VGP Zago, the number 81 car. These two have closed up quite a bit since we were last watching. The Teo GP machine under pressure now as we head into the final sector. And it looks like Zago has the run onto the home straight, the run he needs.
It's not over yet though, the straight's so long, of course, you know, IK is going to tuck back into that slipstream at the earliest given opportunity and fight back, but I mean, they're probably going to go into the braking zone side by side, but he's not going to get the overlap done in time, so you can see he goes a lot deeper on the brakes if there's a potential switchback opportunity. He sticks to the outside line as IK, but if he can get half a kart length across, that would entitle him to take the inside line through to 2, but backs out of it at the last second. Plenty of opportunity for the Teo car to regroup and attack onto the back straight out of turn number 5. We approach turn number 4 now, the sharp right-hander before the switch 90 left of number 5. Not the greatest exit from the number 5 machine. Will potentially close up again to 21st position for the remainder of this lap, but for now, the number 81 is safe in 21st.
A car that seems to be making good progress is one of our drivers who was in the first ever Fox Friday race. Unfortunately didn't finish it, but nevertheless VRS Barley currently running in the 10th anniversary race in P23 all on his own as a solo entry. Race Green's Mandula, is down in P24. Finn UK for FM, recently switched from Master Race Car, whom he's been a member of for many years. Down in P25. Then it's Paprika, just behind him in P26. One of the other Team America drivers, Nico, down in P27. And the last of our current 28 runners of 31 starters is Master Race Car's Michael.
So we've just had a switch of Team America drivers now in 19th and 20th. They're about relieved his teammate of 19th position, and the gap's opened up ever so slightly. Loco is struggling in that final sector. The move was made at turn 15. Which is the penultimate corner just last time around, and we approach turn number 1 now. And Loco seems to be sending that car into every corner. His rear tyres are nice and, you know, in green. But Loco absolutely sending it.
The battle is on between the Fragmaster's teammates. Number and Al Payson are going at it. Neither one of them wanting to concede. Why should they? Side by side as we head down into the kink on the back straight. Al thinks better of making a move and lifts off. And Number keeps that place, well, takes over that place. Takes over P12 on his charge back to the front. Robert aren't that far behind that squabbling duo. I reckon they've lost a little bit of time being that close together, the FM teammates. Nevertheless, they have a little bit of a buffer.
So who else is losing time at the moment? It's the number 11 car in second position. The Sidus car, the solo entry from Altsu. TJ really homing in on the back of that number 11 machine now. Into turn number 3. TJ's been quite a bit faster for the last maybe 2 or 3 laps, and the gap at the line was 0.5 of a second. It's even less now. I'll let you know exactly what it is when we cross the line to start the third sector, which is roughly halfway down the back straight. The gap's exactly 0.5 of a second. It looked as though it came down a little bit in the first sector. I think it was down to 0.4. Altsu able to maybe just get a bit more out of his car in a straight line. Obviously, TJ's not quite within drafting range. He is, but not like a lot. You'll see he will be like maybe 1 or 2 kilometers on
Not
the
enough
end of
to
the
close
straight,
up. Yeah.
but not enough to close the gap. Exactly. So we'll see how he fares through the long sweeping corners where you really need the downforce. Through turn number 10 now in the downhill section for the third split line to start the final sector, just where the Michelin bridge is. The gap 0.54 of a second, so still very close to each other. However, last time around TJ was 4.8 tenths faster. Sidus is Altsu with a 38.18 and TJ a 37.7. If he can carry this momentum, he'll find himself in second before you know it.
Let's see what TJ's exit's like as he exits the final corner.
Yeah, there was a definite visible pace difference there through turn 15. TJ
exit.
able to just get on the power
Really
so
good
much
exit.
earlier. And let's watch as we run down the start finish straight to start lap number 44. TJ pulls to the right. Altsu not choosing to defend, but of course can attack back now once he tucks back into that slipstream. I don't think he's close enough. However, TJ will take second position away from number 11 Sidus car. It looks as though he will keep the position too. Now he's in clean air. Will we see TJ pull away from the man who's now in third position?
Yeah, it's one thing to get past, but you got to stay there.
You have indeed, and the gap to the lead now from TJ is 9.44 seconds to Igor, who's out in front, but last time around Igor was 2 tenths of a second faster than TJ in second position. But on this lap, TJ purple in split number 1, a 31.84 first sector for the man you currently ride on board with, looking back at that Sidus machine in third position.
We should see the last stops from the 2-stoppers here in about 5 to 10 minutes, I would expect. And then it's up to them to pull everything out of their machines that they can. And I'll be most interested to see the gap to Lippmann and Kamikaze once these top 4 drivers that are on the these drivers that are on the 2-stop strategy out of the top 5 or 6 come in. Are they going to be able to keep the difference? Because they will know that Lippmann and Kamikaze have 1 more stop to make for fuel only, so they'll be stationary for 3 to 5 seconds. Can they keep a gap ahead and beat the pace at the end? So it's going to be another tortoise and the hare type situation at the end of this race, I see. We have Victor Veloso for Energy Virtual Racing catching up to Sammy Littmanen into the final hairpin. So these drivers that are doing the 3-stop, they are slow in the first part of the stint with the tires, but they gain that time back 3 or 4-fold late in the stint when the tires are fresh.
Not the greatest turn 16 for Sami Littman, and you can see he just took a bit too much curb on the initial left of 16, and that's given Victor Veloso the slipstream and, at the moment, the track position up into turn number 1. Sami doesn't choose to attack back.
These top drivers aren't, and they're not going to, because they're just running their race, and they're going to save their machines and save their fight for the end of the race when they can do something about it. But they don't want to risk it early and screw up their strategy. They want to let their strategy play out and see where they end and fight for what they can at the end of the race. Just over 1 hour remaining in this 3-hour challenge.
And what a challenge it's been so far as we enter the final hour.
I remember when we were talking about TJ earlier, and the gap to the lead was around about 9.5 seconds. It's now 8.73 seconds, so TJ is taking a quite chunks out of Igor's lead at the moment. Last time around, your race leader managed a 2 minute 37.98. However, TJ set a personal best time of a 2 minute 37.20. So, you know, almost 8/10 faster than the race leader. And that gap is coming down quite a bit. If he can carry this pace forward, how many laps will it be until he finds himself right on the gearbox of the number 48 Energy Virtual Racing Machine, who's currently in the race lead? As you can see on stream, we're currently locked on to the number 10 Energy Virtual Racing Machine, the sister car to the race leader, in 5th position. And you can see Sami Littman in the 51 sister Sidus car as well in 6th position, slowly closing the gap, it seems, to the car ahead. Obviously the other Sidus car currently retains the last step on the podium in 3rd position.
P13-14 battle between Al Payson and Airtax Robert as they head through turn 6 on the north end of the speedway. Robert getting around Payson. Al Payson, Fragmaster driver. He did do the that little creepy intro tone that you heard, that voice that you heard, thanks to that. 3rd place season 2014, and he is the stat master for Fox Friday. So if you have any questions at all about the statistics of this great car and this great series, give him a shout. So he's down in 14th, and Robert scooting away from him. Igor and TJ coming into the end of the 2nd sector on the 46th lap. 2 hours and a half a minute gone. 59 and a half minutes on the clock. And however long it takes to finish that last lap when the time expires. So coming to the end of this race. We did have a pit stop a little earlier from Gemini. So that puts him down into 7th position. Kamikaze in 6th position. Kamikaze is 20 and a half seconds behind Littmanen. That gap was down to just over 10 seconds at the end of the last hour. So we'll keep an eye in the back of our heads on that throughout the rest of the race. That could be the battle for the win at the end of this race, pending no disasters for any drivers. But could Fernando Igor or TJ or even Altsu be involved at the end of the race, depending on how these last pit stops play out?
Yeah, it looks as though Igor has responded to TJ. The gap was coming down ever so slightly, but TJ, at least so far on this lap, has gone purple in split 2 and split number 3, and we'll see if he can go fastest in the final split as well, as we come towards the line. He comes into the pit, so Igor into the pit lane, your race leader is stopping.
Will TJ come this lap or next?
Mandela
Nope,
also in the
TJ
pits.
goes another lap. Altsu also coming into the pits on this lap.
As well as the, is that the Teo car? It's one of them.
I believe it was, yes.
It's IK, yeah, IK in the pits. Christian will take over that car, the driver who we were trying to have an interview with before, I believe. Oh no, that's the other car. Pekka Koivunen is back in that car for the final hour. So.
Oh, Koivunen gets a stop go. He just totally
Oh,
blew
no.
the speed limit at the end of the race. Or at the end of the pit lane, excuse me.
That's a disaster. Way too early on the gear change. That'll be that'll feel like a year and 10 seconds in this car.
So a very fast pit stop from the man who was your race leader until he pitted. Stopped for a refuel and a wheel change. He had an 11.81 second stop. Rejoined the track in 4th position. At the split was around about 5 seconds behind the podium positions at the moment. 3rd place occupied by Sami Litmanen in the Sidus number 51 car. His teammate, of course, Gabor, the man who put that car on pole position and drove the majority of the race until Sami Litmanen took over.
Number and Robert go past Kaike Parappo, who's in the pit lane.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Victor Veloso, out of nowhere, sets the fastest lap of the race. Purple in split number 4, personal best in split number 3, and overall fastest race lap that we've seen so far, a 2 minute 36.93. So blistering pace to get into the 36s in the race.
Veloso just kind of quietly staying in the outskirts of the top 5.
Now found himself in P number 2. He's up 5 positions from his grid starting spot. We'll see if he comes into the pits anytime soon. Obviously, an indicator that a driver is going to come in soon is when they start to go quite a bit faster than the competition. You can tell that the fuels come out of the car, it's quite a bit lighter. So
I think we will see TJ and Veloso in this lap. Last hour they came in the lap after the top 3.
It's about time that Sami Litmanen overtook the lead of the race again, because obviously they're out of phase with these guys, and we're into the final hour, so this is the gap that really matters.
Indeed, and TJ chooses to stay out. TJ is not in this lap. He carries on to start lap number 48. So does Victor Veloso. There's still time available for these guys to keep going. There's still fuel in the tank. You know, they're still confident on the tyres, so they stay out once more. The gap to TJ from Victor Veloso is around about 9.35 seconds. Well, we have an overtake, and there's contact between the number 2 Fragmaster machine in 12th position and Rober for Eyre attack number off the track just before the Michelin bridge before split 3. That's turn number 10 on the outside. He's lucky to get that car back going again. He lost a couple positions. He's down in 13th now.
More problems for FFM number. That's a real shame. Hopefully he doesn't need another lengthy damage repair stop.
Escaped that shunt with a bit of damage, with only a minor amount of damage.
That's lucky. Not a good incident. Not a good place to have an incident. Not that there is such a thing as a good place.
No, but when you're so on the limit through these fast sweeping corners, you know, there's not much grass separates the track from the barriers, and that's where you get the majority of the damage from. I mean, you cannot get away with any contact whatsoever in these cars. With them being open wheels and the fact that you can tangle so easily, the suspension's almost exposed, so you know, very, very easy to incur damage.
Scattle also. And one of the EV cars, is that Victor? No. It's Kaike Parappo, who hands over to Pedro Santos.
So, Rober there, he refueled front damage, rear damage, and front tyres, so 23.0 7-second stop, and that was his 4th pit stop. He's back up to speed now and currently in 14th position.
He rejoins in 18th, and it's going to be close with Steelbean. Steelbean does get through, and Sabre not quite able
And that's your
to...
race leader in the pits.
Yep,
TJ
leader's in.
comes into the pit lane. Will Victor Veloso follow suit, or will he go out for one more lap? He does.
He's diving in.
He
diving
follows TJ into the pit, so almost on identical strategies. We saw them earlier on in the race as well, coming in around about a lap after everybody else, but together nonetheless.
Sammy Lepman takes over the lead of this race for the number 51 team. It's been a while since they've been in the lead. But yeah, they are back at the front as their strategy has worked itself out. But we believe that this car will pit once more this race quite shortly. So Sammy Lepman has to make every single corner, every single lap count. He needs to push now, get the most out of this car, the most out of the tyres, so that when the strategies work themselves out, he retains the lead of the race. That's his plan, at least, as Igor and the cars behind resume their race. Pedro's back in the number 72 car, by the way.
I'm going to say also a driver swap for the RP Racing trio, the very fast Brazilian trios. Pedro Picanco now behind the wheel of that number 72 machine, back in 3rd position.
It's getting to that point of the race where we normally do our we choose our favourite livery. If anyone in the any of the audience wants to give a shout out to which team or which driver has been running the nicest livery here today, feel free to put in your suggestions. We will pick our favourite at the end of the race.
We love the skin selection.
Yeah, plenty of drivers putting lots of effort into their liveries, so always good to give
Keep
them
an eye on the
action.
battle for 5th though. Cami Cast and Victor Veloso side by side almost as they enter turn number 8. Now the double apex right hander of turn number 9. Victor Veloso all over the gearbox off that Fragmaster number 28 machine in 5th position. Had to lift out of it slightly due to the Eyre drop, reduced front end grip, didn't want to understeer off the track.
I was amazed how close he managed to keep it in the first place.
Well, they switched positions in turn number 8. Cami Cass managed to relieve Victor Veloso of 5th position, and I think Veloso was just trying to give everything he could to try and get back at the Fragmaster car, but unable to do so.
Meanwhile, look at the car ahead. Altsu is being caught by this pair. Altsu, the sister Sidus car, definitely under pressure by Kamikas now. What's the exit going to be like onto the straight? Look how much time Kamikas is able to take out of Altsu there.
Yeah, he took it out of Victor Veloso as well. The gap's increased quite significantly, and now Kamikas is aided by the draft given to him by the 11 Sidus car. We don't see a move into turn number 1. We'll see a move in a couple corners time, because as Kamikas got some pace advantage over Altsu, it's quite obvious. I mean, look, he's able to brake later, turn into the corner, hit the apex, run tighter through and out of the corner, and still having to lift now through to turn number 2, because this is where the air drop is pronounced the most.
This is what strategy differences look like. This is how they manifest themselves. You end up with a car heavy on fuel with new tyres being followed by a car on old tyres with low fuel. It's just able to be faster with the lighter fuel load.
You can see Altsu as well, definitely taking a different line into turn 3 at least. Chooses a later apex in order to straight line his exit in order to get the traction down on those slightly older tyres, but Kamikas massive overspeed with the aid of the draft, manages to make the move, pulls over to the left-hand side of the track. Move is done and dusted by the apex of turn number 6. But what can Victor Veloso do now? You would have thought Altsu would be slowly being backed up into Victor Veloso, who arguably has the same rough pace as Kamikaze, who's made his way up into 4th position from 5th, and well, the lap before he was 6th, so a couple of positions up now. Here's the Fragmaster car, just one shot off the podium in 4th position.
He'll be in the draft range, but it won't be enough to make a move up the hill, but we'll see what Victor Veloso is able to manage as we head on to another lap. It's the closest they've been.
In terms of tyre wear though, they're actually very similar.
Well, they're on similar strategies, so...
Now needs to charge his turn 16 run-up as Victor Veloso in order to catapult himself in front of the number 11 side of his car. Just not... He was quite late on the apex there into the initial left-hander of turn number 16. He will have the draft and he is close enough to take advantage of that. But it could have been a lot faster. You can see that the car ahead of these two, Kamikaze, is just driving away now. The gap 2 seconds. But the move is being made. Victor Veloso is on the inside now for turn number 1. They both brake really at exactly the same time. Both able to get navigated around turn number 1 nicely.
Meanwhile,
I think Victor Veloso is nice and comfortable in 5th position now.
Steel Bean down in P18 is battling with the Team America car of Curry. Battles up and down the grid today. Great to see. Lots of inter-team rivalries, lots of...
Just been doing some mental math and pen and paper math and calculator math. I'm wondering if Sammy Littman's going to pit here in a lap or 2. It'd be about the right time from... It might be 5 or so laps. Might be close to the end of the race. I could be totally wrong. But if they're going to try and short the fuel on the first lap and go a little fuller, I don't know. But it's going to be interesting to see how long that last stop takes. The less amount of time they have to fill the fuel, the less time to lose, and the less Igor has to collect up.
Littman is absolutely flying at the moment. Last time around, a 2-minute 37.58, which is a personal best for Sammy Littman. But so far on this lap, he's gone green in sector 1, 2, and 3, which is a personal best. We'll see if he can go green in sector 4. If he chooses to stay out this lap, we might see 1 or 2 more laps from him. However, he could come in this lap. We don't know yet. He does indeed stay out, so it could be another personal best for Sammy Littman, and a 2-minute 37.58 to beat. This time around, a 2-minute 37.28, so smashing tenths off his fastest lap so far. The gap only increasing to the car behind. Igor last time, just for context, a 2-minute 39.69, so around about 2.2 seconds. The gap last time was 11. It's now 14.08 seconds. The gap, as Igor crosses the line, another 2-minute 39.6, so 2.4 roughly seconds a lap faster as Sammy Littman are now in the race lead.
Koivunen is in the pit lane to finish, or to serve his 10-second stop-go penalty, and he's going to have to serve it again.
Yeah, you got to stop the car.
People apparently don't get that many stop-goes because everyone forgets that it's a 10-second stop-go penalty. Yeah, I kind of would concur with the opinion that when LFS tells you stop-go penalty, you think you just need to stop and go. It doesn't indicate that it's a 10-second or a 20-second or a 5-second or however long the hold is. So I see where that comes in. So, but
Not only that,
he's going to have to come back in and do it again.
And then for speed, it doesn't manually hold you in the box. As he actually loses it, Koivunen absolutely almost the rear end overtook him through turn number 2.
Finn UK makes up a position there.
Does indeed. Pekka Koivunen now down in 25th position. He's really struggling with those rears. They don't seem too hot. They're cold, if anything. The surface temperatures are, the outside of the tyre is very cold. Perfect in the middle, and the insides are quite warm, but the core of the tyre, which is where you keep the majority of the heat in tyres, in the carcass, it's just not there.
Watching Vinzu and Paprika got into a bit of trouble on the home straight. They've got a lapped car. Well, they are lapped cars, and they need to let. Not sure who's driving that car in the middle there right now. It's one of the Teo GP cars. It's Cuckoo. So Cuckoo is in P11, and these guys are backmarkers, so they need to move out of the way. Vinzu not being as helpful as maybe he could be to the faster car.
So we have Citus Altsu working on reeling in Energy Virtual Racing's Victor Veloso. They head into the final chicane. Both of these drivers should be filled and rubbered to the end. So this should be a straight fight to the finish.
I'll be
Half a
interested to see
second
how
faster
long
that last lap for Altsu.
Be interested to see how long Sammy Lipmanen's final stint will be. That's the important thing, and Fernando Eagles also.
Sammy Lipmanen still setting personal best sectors now. Personal best split 1 of a 32 dead, and another personal best split 2 of a 26.91. So his pace is just it's coming on leaps and bounds towards the, as the fuel drops off towards the end of this stint. And again, he's still over 2 seconds, or just shy of 2 seconds, 1.9 seconds faster than the Energy Virtual Racing car piloted at the moment by Igor in second position. And that gap has gone from being around about 9 to 10 seconds to, 200th shy of 16 seconds now.
We're riding on board with Cyrus Altsu as he mounts a charge in the number 11 machine on the number 10. Energy Virtual Racing's Victor Veloso in the red and blue car up ahead.
Altsu only just a touch faster, a few hundredths of a second faster than Veloso through the second sector. Catching him in the sweeps. Not a place you would usually want to catch someone to be right up their tail. But Altsu is going to try and make it stick through turn 10 here, and washes way wide, about a car width off the apex, and loses a touch of time and a touch of distance. Turn 12 now.
Himself. Luckily, the track's wide enough for him to not run off the track, but
Altsu should have the slipstream now, and will Veloso defend? Yes, he does. Altsu around the outside. And now they're side by side through the national section through turn 14. Veloso might try and tuck back in to Altsu and see if he could have gotten a slipstream into the hairpin. Ooh, a little bit of nose to gearbox contact in the entry to turn 15. But Altsu now clear into 5th position. Will Veloso have anything to come back on Altsu down the main straight? Another time to complete their 53rd lap.
Oh, Veloso
getting a good big twitch through the chicane and losing gobs of time.
Whilst that battle was unfolding,
Kamikaze and Pedro side by side. Kamikaze has gone up into a 3rd position.
Sorry, we just caught the tail end of that battle.
Yeah, sorry gents, whilst all that action's unfolding, Sammy Lipmanen out in the race lead has set the fastest lap of the race, a 36.91, so absolutely blistering speed from your race leader. He's got to come into the pits sometime soon now to refuel and take those R1 tyres to another level. He's also gone purple in split 2 and 3 last time around, so see what he can do this lap. So far in split 1, personal best, not purple but a personal best. Split number 2, we'll see when we approach the Michelin Bridge. Currently about a corner away from it through the right hander of turn number 11, and through split number 2, 26.84 last time around. It's not the fastest we've seen from him. He could be in this lap.
Sammy Lipmanen and the FOX is a combination made in heaven, I think. When he gets behind the wheel of this car, it is faster than anybody else.
Absolutely. And I mean, the gap, we were talking about it last time around, it was just about 16 seconds. It's now 19.77 seconds, so he's just able to, you know, put that car in places you know, nobody can, or at least on this grid, and he does.
He's pitting
commit
now
to the pit lane. It should be fuel for him. He won't change tyres. The R1s are healthy. Put enough fuel in to get those tyres to the end of their life in a very, very fast pit stop.
He's going to come out ahead of Fernando. Fernando exiting the last corner now. Is it going to be close?
It was only a 4.26 second stop there, just fuel. What's going to happen?
He's out of the pits, and here comes Igor. We're going to have a battle into turn number 1 between... Oh no, that was a different...
No, that's a lap car.
Sorry, that's a lap car.
Igor's only about just over a second behind these guys.
Sorry, I teed up a battle that didn't happen. My apologies. So yeah, he comes out ahead of Igor. Igor only a couple of seconds behind.
Igor probably has about half the fuel of Lipmanen. Oh, actually, no, probably only a little less fuel than Lipmanen. If Lipmanen is going to be burning a lot more fuel, he needed to take a bigger load, though. We don't know how much he's consuming. So with 35 minutes left in the race, Igor might, just might, catch Liddy for a couple laps and have one shot at him.
Yeah, Sammy Lipmanen will have just over half a tank of fuel in there. Sorry, just under half a tank.
Yeah, the gap is 2 seconds.
Mega and Scattle side by side through the sweeps section for 13th, 14th. Mega in the grayscale with some green trim car, the master race car, and Scattle in the blue and black. Oh, Mega's
he
going
takes
off
to the
into
grass.
That's a bit of a shortcut there. It squeezes it in and gets ahead of Scattle. I'm not going to be too sure if Scattle's going to be the most happiest camper about that. Scattle going to try and come back on Mega down the pit straight, perhaps?
Good indeed. We might see Scattle just drop back ever so slightly in order to get the best run through 16 that he can possibly get, but
that could have been a mega shunt.
He had to check up ever so slightly, did Scattle into 16. They were very close together, but you can see now Mega is... He just got the exit that he needed out of the final corner, and Scattle was unable to tuck into that draft, being so far behind now.
Yeah, Mega has disappeared with that. Kamikas, meanwhile, should be in the pit lane any minute now. He's quite a way behind Sammy Lipmanen.
And we've got a battle for 18th position. Team America and Fragmaster. Cars both going at it into turn number 1, too wide. Alpe on the outside, will be on the inside for turn number 2, but they're wheel to wheel, both side by side. Who's going to back out of it? Looks like it's going to have to be Curry. He does indeed. And unfortunately, Alpe just suffered with some understeer through the initial left-hander of turn number 2. It's given Curry the run. The overlap is done, and Curry will take back to his normal line. And they got very, very close into the braking zone. Did the two cars, both battling over 18th position now. it'll come down to who gets the run onto the straight. It looks like it's the Team America car just ahead of the two now.
Onifus making a fuel stop. 3 1/3 seconds worth of fuel for Onifus in 8th position. So he'll stay there and try and do the business of chasing Gemini down once more.
Yeah, Gemini already round turn 1, so that's going to be a tall order with 32 minutes left in this 3-hour race.
I'm going to go on a limb here and say that this is absolutely Car 51's to lose. The Sidus team of Lydia and Gabor with a 3 1/10 second lead over EVR's Fernando Igor, and barring any misfortunes, that might be the way that position ends up. Kamikaze, we're still expecting one more stop from him. We did lose connection to number 19, Seba. So we'll see if they rejoin and get some of their laps back to try and wrangle any kind of finish together. Kamikaze last lap at 2:37.35. 2:38.79 last lap for Fernando Igor. So Kamikaze will be trying his level best to close that 6.2 second gap in these last 30 minutes of this 3-hour affair.
We're going to have a quick word with Teo IK. Hello, IK.
Hello.
You've handed the car back to Pekka Koivunen and your teammate in the World Class Lions and Teo GP collaboration. How was your stint? We saw that you ended up quite a bit further down than you might have wanted to.
Yeah, I had a few stupid mistakes because of the cold tires at the end, and yeah, nothing I can do there. But I'm still happy that I managed to at least hold some kind of a position. So
The main thing is you're still in the race, and really that's all that matters.
yeah.
So, how would you summarize your 3-hour Fox Endurance experience so far?
It was good. It was very good fun. I mean, I've done some Fox Friday races 2 years ago more actively. Last year I didn't do like maybe 3 or 4 races, and this year I've done like 1, and most of my races have been retirements. So I'm very happy that I was able to keep car on track mostly. So I have been enjoying it a lot.
Good. Well, let's just hope that Pekka can keep the car on the road for the half an hour that remains and bring the car home in a solid position.
Yeah, and I believe Michael is pitting right now, so I guess Pekka might have a chance to overtake him in a closing stage. So let's see.
Yeah, we can see Michael's just leaving his pit box actually, so it might get quite close between those two as your teammate is now heading over start finish. Let's see how that develops.
Yep.
Yeah, Pekka manages to overtake Michael.
Yes, that is good.
Brilliant. Well, thanks for joining us. Feel free to hang around and we'll have a chat after the race.
Yep.
Keep an eye on the battle for 18th position though. Alpay and Team America's Curry going at it again.
Down into the hairpin. And contact.
On this contact between the two. Curry just not able to tuck so far to the inside under braking, and they collide. Luckily, no one gets spun around.
The curb of that last hairpin is kind of a rough transition. That last hairpin is quite banked, and if you get a little too much on that curb, it does boot you out anyway. So, you know, that's what looked like happened was he got a little too much on the curb on the inside, and it upset the balance of his car and just washed him out.
Absolutely.
VRS Bali in the pits from P20.
As the leader goes past him to begin another lap.
Oh, Kamikaze! Kamikaze is off at the final chicane. Clip the tires on the left-hand side. and has clouded the wall
He
and has
commits
a
straight
little
to
bit
the
of
pit
damage
entry.
and comes straight into the pit lane.
That's bad from P3 for the FM team. Not
Yeah,
what they
Pedro
wanted.
already up into third position now as the Fragmaster car commits to his pit
And
box to
it's
stop.
going
I'll
to be
let
a
you know.
long stop because he took that damage.
Yeah,
He took
Altsu
repair
goes
of that
past.
damage.
Veloso goes past. And Gemini will also go past. Bad news for the FM team. They were probably due a stop anyway, am I right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is about the time of
Onifus
his
as well has
stop.
gone through.
And what should have been a 2.5 second stop for fuel has become a 27-second stop for body and wheel damages.
Well, this is interesting because will there be a battle on between the two FM teams? FM number currently exiting the final chicane in P number 9. But the other FM car is on its way again, so it doesn't look like it.
Kamikaze with essentially a fresh car. And
Already in turn
the
one,
tires and the low fuel, he might be able to claw back a few of those positions before the end of the race. Because remember, at the end of his last tire stint, he was even reeling in Gabor. And he was 1.5 to 2 seconds faster than everyone else.
Kamikaze is no slouch, don't get me wrong.
He's got 25 seconds though to Gemini, and that's only P6.
Yeah, that's huge.
Kamikaze currently in P8, so 12 seconds to Onifus in P7.
Yeah.
With just under half an hour left, that's, in my opinion, unless there's something catastrophic ahead, the best he can possibly get out of that Fragmaster machine.
I think the damage repair has just hurt that car now.
Definitely.
It's going to struggle to do anything from there in the
Yeah,
time.
27.13 second pit stop.
Well, he's been driving for an hour and a half with that damage. And now he's got to relearn the car again. He's got to learn the car with the way he built the set. So perhaps in a lap or two, once he's gotten his flow back, we might see him tick off some good laps again.
Hopefully. Gemini and Veloso are still pretty close in 5th and 6th position. The number 10 Energy Virtual Racing machine and the very lime green themed Master Race car. I wonder what the theme is. Or is it just lime? And there's a huge gap back to Kamikaze and Number in 8th and 9th. And the top 10 is rounded out by Teo Kuku, who we tried to have an interview with on TeamSpeak earlier, but he was having some trouble with his microphone. But currently doing a very good job in P10 for that team.
I was just riding on board with Kamikaze then as he takes to the chicane for the first time with the fresh car, so to speak, and it looked as though he was going pretty slow, but I think he was just, of course, sizing the car up now. Obviously, like you said, it will handle differently than it did, as he's been carrying some of that damage for a long time.
Kamikaze just offering a comment in the chat in-game. Fixed car, perfect balance.
So, needs to settle down into a rhythm, bang out the fast laps for the remainder of this race, and it's now just a case of seeing what he can achieve. The gap again to 7th position from 8th is 12.74 seconds. I'll keep my eye on that and let you know if it comes down any.
We've lost another car from this race. Did we miss who that was?
We had the car timeout.
Ah, yes. It was a while ago, wasn't it?
About 15-20 minutes ago.
Okay, sorry.
Wake up, Pete.
I know. It's only a 3-hour race.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you all again for joining us here on Sim Broadcast for this fantastic Fragmasters Fox Friday. Let's strike through the Friday and scribble Saturday in red Sharpie over it. And Big thanks to the Fragmaster team for doing this for 10 years. LFS has been going on for, 15, 18 years now? I think all of us have lost count. And Fox Friday, keeping this going, it's one of the most popular cars in LFS, the Fox. It's powerful enough to be fun. It's simple enough to be easy to drive. It's really rewarding when you put the effort into it and you get used to it. And it gives some really, really good racing.
Yeah, it gives
Indeed.
great wheel-to-wheel racing, even though it's an open-wheel car, and sometimes you can tangle, but generally, it's a great car, yielding great racing.
And I think if I'm correct, Fragmasters, every time they've hosted a Fox Friday, they haven't missed a single one in 10 years, apart from one that was absolutely no fault of their own.
Yeah, it was a couple of weeks ago.
Incredible dedication from the team there.
Yeah, good run. I guess part of the reason they didn't want to run the 3-hour race yesterday was because it would interrupt their regular schedule. Because they had a Fox Friday yesterday.
They did indeed.
Most of these guys were there. And now they're doing 3 hours of it again today.
I think it was South City yesterday. It was a special double race, I think. They did a race, the traditional format, and then a complete reverse. Like they did the track in the other direction, kind of reverse, not just a reverse grid. So it's brilliant to see that Fox Fridays have thrived for 10 years and are still very much alive to this day. And I mean, it's incredible the amount of people that have joined us today. And we're not even at the end yet. 3 hours of racing, currently around about 2 hours 38 minutes into the action.
And this circuit is fantastic for this car. It's got long, fast straights, lets you use the slipstream that this car makes, and it's got a good grip section so you can stretch that suspension and see what you can do with the mechanical grip. And the good mix of tight, slow corners, that Mickey Mouse hairpin sequence by the north pit lane. So a good challenge for these drivers and a compromise setup to do their best performance. And very great to see the strategy differences playing out between Litmanen and Kamikaze. And the rest of them on two-stop strategies.
Sammy Litmanen just crosses the line, and for those just joining, and for those who just want to see a legend at work, we're going to ride on board with Sammy Litmanen. Sit back and enjoy a lap with the man himself. you have it, another incredibly smooth lap of Aston Grand Touring by Sami Litmanen for the number 51 Sidus car, currently leading the way with 17 minutes to go. Remember, you've been looking at all these lovely liveries for the last 2 hours and 40 minutes. We're going to pick our favourite at the end of the race. Feel free to get your suggestions in as to your favourites in the chat.
Have we shown everyone on the stream?
At some point during the race, yes. Everyone's had their fair share.
I lost track. The thing I think we're gonna miss about this track when the updates come out to LFS. And if you've been following the stream chat, you've seen some people talk about some of the future things in LFS. That long sweeping right-hander in this configuration, it's turn 7 on this track at the north end of the track. Looks like it's been squared off a bit.
It's definitely been reprofiled, judging by the teasers we've seen. And I think it's going to change a lot of the dynamics of this track. There are certain other places that have also been reprofiled. It looks... I'm sure it will keep all of its charm.
The final chicane looks like it's been reprofiled a bit to be a little tighter, so it won't be that bash over the curbs that it usually is.
Wow, there's sausage curbs there in the new one.
Yeah.
It's starting to tighten up at the front of this race. We've got a battle on for 4th place that spans only a few seconds. You can see all 3 of those cars on screen now. That's Gemini in 6th, Victor Veloso in 5th, and Altsu in 4th. None of these cars need to stop again. And we've been racing for 2 hours and 45 minutes. It's really impressive. Pedro's a little bit out of reach of Altsu right now. And certainly there's a bit of a gap to Igor, but you have to say, after such a long time racing, for the top 6 and even 7 to be within the same sector pretty much, that's a really, really nice effort from everybody involved. So with 15 minutes remaining, Sami Litmanen leads the way with Fernando Igor for Energy Virtual Racing, the number 48 in P2. Then we've got Pedro just crossing the start-finish line for Road Appraiser, the number 72. He's got Altsu just behind him, the number 11 Sidus Machine, the sister car to the car leading the race. Then it's Energy Virtual Racing. The car currently in 2nd place is the sister car to this one, number 10 in P5. Then we've got Master Race Cars Gemini, who's definitely closing up to the back of Victor Veloso now in the lime green machine. Then it's the number 666 Onifus driving on his own in P7. Kamikaze for FM, the highest positioned Fragmaster car in P number 8. Then it's Cuckoo in P9, driving for Teo. Then Fragmaster's number, who started off well, but has had a couple of incidents involving trips to the pit lane for repaired damage. Born to Race Red, the first car outside the top 10, has been in 11th place for quite a while now. Then it's Eyre Tax Robert in P12. Energy Virtual Racing's Pedro Santos in P13. Then it's Mega for Master Race Car using a Fusion racing skin in P14. Then it's the Born to Race duo of Ayub and Scattle in P15 and 16. Steelbean returning after quite an absence from Fox Friday, but great to see him here in P17.
Sorry to interrupt, but Curry and Alpe have switched positions whilst we were running down the orders, so
Lucky
Curry's
we
up
just arrived
into
there.
18th. That's why I interrupted when I did. Just to keep the continuity going. So they are very, very close on track at the moment.
You can carry on down
Sorry,
the order
Pete.
if you like.
I'll leave it to you. As
Ooh.
Curry makes a mistake into turn number 16. There's contact between the two. Sammy Lippman and
Was that
very,
the
very
leader?
close there. That was the leader
coming
there,
through.
almost tangled up.
That was very, very late. Very lucky that Sammy didn't get caught up in that. He could have quite easily been catapulted down the pit lane. I bet he's woken up. That was so
Yes,
close.
unfortunately now, Curry's lost a heap of time that obviously he's still getting up to speed, not quite in 6th gear yet.
Oh,
He is about 6 seconds down on Al Payson in 18th position. Very, very lucky that the leader didn't get involved in that.
very lucky. I mean, you saw it. It was kind of those two crossed over, and Sammy threaded the needle straight through the middle. Carrying down our rundown, so yeah, Curry makes way for Payson. Payson P18, Curry P19. Then it's VRS Barley in P20. Of course, the man who was involved in the first ever Fox Friday 10 years ago, along with Number, currently running P20. Then it's Race Green's Mandula, the number 43 machine, in P21. Zago for VGP in 22. Finn UK for Fragmasters down in P23. The only driver except Al Payson using the traditional FM tag colours. Then it's Master Race Cars Michael very, very close behind in P24. Pekka Koivunen for the World Class Lions Teo GP collaboration team in P25. Tam Vinzu, Team America in P26, and Paprika rounds out the 27 drivers still left in this race. With 31 at the start, lost a few, but it's been great racing action up and down the grid all day. It's been a pleasure to watch.
It has indeed. I've been keeping an eye on the Fragmaster's machine number 28 at the moment. Kamikas behind the wheel of that, he has gone purple in the last sector. Last time around, a 37 dead, so less than a tenth away from the fastest lap of the race that we've seen. He is hunting down Onifus at the moment. The gap is 8.4 seconds, and you know, with around about just over 10 minutes of the race remaining, I mean, he's got to be significantly faster for the remainder of the race if he wants to claw back 7th position. Don't think he has it in him at the moment. Onifus is not incredibly fast, however, he is setting personal best times. Last time around, Kamikas was around about 7 tenths faster than the car ahead of him, but the way we're going at the moment, we are just going to run out of time.
And that's totally unrepresentative of Kamikaze's race. 33 extra seconds at the pit stop, plus a dozen or so from the clout into the tires. You know, if he hadn't had that, we'd be looking at Kamikaze chasing down 2nd place now.
Yeah, and think about it, Number could have been in the those top positions as well had he not had his incident. So yeah, a race that could have been for the hosts, unfortunately. But that doesn't take anything away from the guys that have made the most of that those situations.
I tell you, one position change we might have by the end of the race is 4th position. Victor Veloso seems to be significantly faster than Altsu in the Sidus machine ahead of him. The gap at the last split was 1.30 seconds. I'll let you know exactly what it is when we get through the 2nd split. It's down to 1.17 seconds, and there's only 2 corners really in split 1, so Victor Veloso on an absolute mission. Last time around, a 2 minute 37.88, and the Sidus car you see ahead of him, a 2:38.42, so just under 6 tenths of a second faster last time around was Veloso. And with enough time remaining in this race, if he carries on at the speed he is at the moment, he will inherit 4th position.
We're watching back from the rear wing of Master Race Cars Mega as Ayub sizes him up down the back straight. They're going to be side by side as we approach the top of the mountain and head to the hairpin. Which of the two will exit the hairpin in front? It looks like Abe's going to try and hang it round the outside. Mega still on the inside.
Oh, Ayub just very, very close to the AstroTurf and almost taken to the grass there on the outside of the hairpin as we enter turn number 16 now for these guys, the 64th time through the little chicane onto the start, finish straight to start lap 65. We're 2 hours and 52 minutes into the racing so far. It's not over yet for these two guys. Let's have a look at the times. This time around, Ayub didn't get the great exit, but still 4/10 faster than Mega on that last lap, so definitely has the pace.
Well, it's great that we've got some grandstand finishes up and down the order, and as high up as 4th, and that's great to see after such a long race. How's the battle going on between P4 and P5?
It's
getting closer. Go on, JP.
It's ebbing and flowing, it looks like, right now.
It's around about a second, so it's about half a second less than it was at the start of this lap. Victor Veloso consistently faster in really all 4 sectors of the lap by, around about a 10th. The gap at the line, 0.94 of a second.
They're back together, Mega and Ayub. They're on differing tyre strategies. That appears to be the reason why Ayub has managed to get around Mega now. Mega will be in the dirty air and will lose out on any sort of traction out onto the second part of the back straight.
Igor was fastest last lap between him and Liddy, and has 9 seconds between them. So I wonder if Liddy had an issue on that last lap, or if there's something that might be brewing.
It could just be the fact that Sammy Littman knows he's got 9 seconds to the car behind him, and in the closing stages of races doesn't necessarily need to give
Think about
everything.
The tyres as well.
Yeah,
He's definitely probably
Igor's
playing
got
it safe.
a lot more heat in those tires than Liddy does right now.
Ooh. I mean, we've seen last lap drama related to tyres in endurance racing this year in LFS.
Never.
I wouldn't wish it on anyone, but
it's definitely possible.
Can Littman look after his tyres for another 5 minutes? Say again?
That left rear tire of Liddy is looking a little squirrely.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
Well, the gap's already down from 9
anything.
to 8.34 seconds. But we'll just comment on it as it unfolds.
Well, keep an eye on the gap between Igor and Litty as we go through the laps. We've probably got 2 more laps left, maybe just over.
I'll get a count here at the end of this lap.
Yeah, as Igor's making his way past one of the Fragmaster's back markers into the final chicane. You can see both of the first and second place cars on your screen. Well, you could. Anyway, they're really close together as we've already finished 3 hours and 55 minutes. 2 hours and 55 minutes.
I believe we've got this lap plus 1 more. Time should expire about halfway around the next lap.
Gotcha. So, Sammy's got 2 laps worth of tyres left. Well, he's got to make them last 2 laps. Whether he's got that much left or not will remain to be seen. Igor just has to push as hard as he can and keep the car on the road and hope that something develops up ahead. Pedro, he's not far behind in P3. Altsu and Victor Veloso, the closest and highest up battle on the track.
0.81 seconds separates 4th and 5th. We should keep an eye on Victor Veloso for half a lap and just watch how he closes down the Sidus car. You can see that already in Sector 1. Altsu 32.16 split 1. Victor Veloso 32.06. So 6/100th of a second separate them in split 1. So half a tenth so far this lap. Victor Veloso just stamps on the power out of turn number 5 onto the back straight, and you can see that he just seems to be so more confident and he has the grip at his disposal. The gap again will be updated. It's now 0.61 of a second Victor Velosso's second split, over a 10th faster than Altsu, so almost 2 tenths made up on this lap at the moment. Now, if Altsu is looking after his tyres, we will see Victor get ever so closer throughout these sweeping fast corners that make up Sector 2 and the start of Sector 3 now. How close can Victor get to the back of the Sidus car? Sweeping through the double right-hander of turn number 9 into the sweeping left of turn number 10. The elevation changed down and up the hill before the Michelin Bridge. The gap last time around was 0.8, now it's 0.6. Victor Velosso's middle sector really only 3/100ths of a second faster than the number 11 Sidus car he is in pursuit of. Time is running out. If he wants to close up to the gearbox of Altsu, potentially make a move and attempt to take 4th position away from the Sidus car.
Leader.
Yep, Lippmann crossed the line with 2 minutes and 2 seconds left on a 2 minutes 38 lap. So this is indeed the last lap for Lippmann. And can he nurse those R1s back to the stripe? He had 7.5 seconds in hand over Igor. 38.47 last lap for Liddy, 37.85 for Igor.
So Veloso was only 2 tenths faster than Altsu last time around, and the gap's 0.5 of a second, so we will ride on board with these guys until the leader gets into the very final sector and see how close Vic Veloso can get to the number 11 Sidus car. Like I said, at the line the gap was 0.54 of a second. At the first split it is 0.38 of a second. You can see how much later on the brakes Victor Veloso is, and if he can keep this momentum out of turn number 5, we're approaching number 4 right now, which is the right-hander. Turn 5 is the left-hander. It's all about the run now, and Victor Veloso has literally exactly that, the best run that he's had on Altsu at the moment. Altsu will, of course, go all the way over to the left-hand side of the track to cover over the inside position for turn number 6. They're going to be side-by-side down the back straight on the very final lap of the race. We're 2 hours and 59 minutes and 30 seconds into this race.
Imagine
Can
what's going
Victor
through
Veloso-
Gemini's head!
Between the two,
Contact!
they're both off
Gemini's
into the
going to
gravel.
profit! Gemini's going to profit from this! Gemini goes through! 3
Gemini
positions!
through into 4th position. Victor Veloso back on the track, but with a heavily
And
damaged car.
Altsu's stuck!
And Altsu's unfortunately stuck into the barrier on the grass there, unable to get his car out of the gravel.
Disaster
That's an
for
absolutely tragic
Sidus.
end for the Sidus car. Altsu on his own the entire race has driven every single lap of the 68 that he's completed so far on his own, doing his best to reverse through the gravel, and of course this is the fastest corner on the track, arguably.
Lippmann coming through the final hairpin. Time ticked over the 3-hour mark 20 seconds ago. Sammy Lippmann and Gabor for Sidus Racing car number 51. That black with yellow FOX comes out of the final corner, and Lippmann will nurse those 4 R1s to the stripe and win the fantastic FM Fox Friday on Saturday 3 hours of Aston Cadet. 3.8 seconds ahead of Igor in the last lap. RP Racing's Pedro coming out of the final corner to cross the line in the final podium position, P3. And we have Gemini coming in 4th after that scrap and incident at the north end of the circuit.
Gemini comes across the line in P4, weaving around to celebrate. I was saying just before the accident that Gemini must be licking his lips in anticipation of what's going to happen, and lo and behold, Victor Veloso and Altsu get into a final lap incident. Victor Veloso does manage to bring the Energy Virtual Racing number 10 car home in P5. Kamikas will be P6 for the hosts, Fragmasters. Well done to him.
Lippmann could not have done another lap if he had to.
Did Kamikas just set the final lap, the fastest lap on the final lap?
He has
did
the
indeed.
provisional final lap
Kamikas
as we wait for everyone else to finish the race.
36.86 went purple in split 3 and 4.
Wow, so they take home fastest lap honours unless anyone else can beat it. Onifus
Yeah,
finishes
but what
P7.
happened to the car that Kamikas was hunting down? Onifus, he was
He
10
had a pit
seconds
stop,
back.
remember? He had a
But
splash
he
and
had
go
to have a
stop.
splash and dash. That was the case. Okay, so
Altsu
Kamikas
crosses the line, 8th
in
place.
sixth.
Tehu Kuku coming out of the final corner to finish 9th. Last thoughts for everyone on Skin of the Day, by the way. We will go over our Skin of the Day here in just a minute. Number for FFM coming across the line to finish 10th place. And we have Bidar Racing Red. Rober for Air Attack coming across in 12th position. P13 Pedro Santos coming through the final chicane now for Energy Virtual Racing, and he will come across 13th. And Bidar Racing Ayub into the final chicane now for a 14th place finish for him. A good race for Ayub. He had some strife earlier in the race with some contact. Just behind him, Mega and Scattle nose to tail across the line. Scattle just too far away from a grandstand drag race down the straight. So 15th for Mega and Scattle in 16th position. Steel Bean back to LFS after a long time away, finishing 17th. And all cars now appear to have finished the race. So we've had 27 finish from 31 starters.
Only 3 cars able to finish where they started. Obviously, the car that was on pole position took the checkered flag as well. The man in second position didn't lose or make up a position in the race either, and Mega in 15th. He stays the same too.
That concludes the 3 hours of Fox Endurance here today on simbroadcast.tv. We'll be back in just a moment for a round down of the full results and hopefully a plethora of driver interviews and memories from the brilliant 10-year history of this series. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the fantastic FM Fox Friday struck through right Saturday and instead 3 hours of Aston Grand Touring. What a fantastic race we've just seen. 3 hours, 39 seconds, 0.44. And Sammy Littman, nursing R1s to the finish, didn't make it 3 corners past the line. Lost almost 4 seconds in that last lap to finish 3.8 ahead of Igor. Jonathan Palmer, Jack Eyre, Pete Butcher with you after this race. Jack, give us a brief rundown of the finish order, please.
Okay, so in position number 1 at the line, the man who started on pole, well, the team that started on pole, of course, Gabor, in the number 51 Sidus machine, put that car on pole and did his best throughout the race to keep all the advantage that they had. Sammy Littman took over and crossed the line to finish first with a time of 3 hours 39.44 seconds. Closely followed behind was the Energy Virtual Racing car, number 48, in second position, only, like you said, 3.86 seconds down. Further back in third position, we have RP Racing. The Brazilian trio did their absolute best and finished 18 seconds down on the leader in third place. We have MRC Gemini in fourth position. The Energy Virtual Racing car, the sister team to the guys in second position, finished down in fifth position. In sixth, we have the Fragmaster machine, piloted at the line by Kamikas, who did an incredible last lap to take the fastest lap of the race at the very dying moments of the race, down in sixth position, 48 seconds down on the lead. In seventh, we have Onifus in the 666 car. Eighth position, we have the sister Sidus car, number 11. Altsu, unfortunately, came together with Victor Veloso on that very final lap, was able to get out the gravel and cross the line. A minute down on the leaders in 8th position. The Cuckoo for Teo, the number 4 car, in 9th position, followed by the second Fragmaster car of piloted by Number in 10th position. Born to Race Red in 11th. Air Attacks Robert in 12th position. Energy Virtual Racing Santos in 13th position. Born to Race Ayub finished in 14th. MRC's Mega in 15th. Born to Race Scattle in 16th position. And then Steel Beam, the number 58 machine, the final car on the lead lap, finishes in 17th position. Then we've got Team America Curry in 18th position, followed by Fragmasters Alpay in 19th position. 20th is VRS Barley. If I believe correctly, he finished, or was, part of the very, very first Fox Friday race many, many years ago. He finishes down in 20th position. 21st, the number 43 Race Green Autosports machine. Mandula down in 21st. BGP Zago in 22nd. Fragmasters Finn UK in 23rd. MRC Michael in 24th. World Class Lions Pekka Koivunen in 25th position. Team America's Vinsu in 26th. And the keyboard master Paprika, number 66, in 27th position, 1 lap down on our race leader.
So after a great 3 hours of racing, we have a few in here to chat with us. We've got Fragmasters, Fraz and Number, organizers and racers in the race. And then from the Teo team, we've got Pantheo, Ike, and Christian. And also we have Master Race Car Michael joining in with us. So let's start with the organizers. Fraz, Number, what did you think of today's race? What do you think of 10 years of FM Fox Friday?
I thought the race went over relatively good. We had a bit of lag problems early on, but yeah, server held in. As for 10 years of Fox Fridays, that's just, yeah, we never thought that would happen. When we started it, we didn't know how long we'd do it. And yeah, to think 10 years later, we're still doing it and still attracting big fans.
Number?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just happy that the race went over. I think that it's really nice to have been racing today with a lot of guys that started racing 10 years ago. It's the old driving crew from Fox Junkies server, the pickup sprint races server, and yeah, I think it's a nice feeling to have something lasting so long and to be going 10 years and still having full races with more than 30 drivers every week. I think it's awesome.
It's quite the achievement. How would you sum up your race number? It looked like an up and down affair.
Oh, well, I made a classic mistake of changing something on the last day and thinking it would be better, but relying only on solo practice runs.
Was that your tyre strategy by any chance?
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed you changed from R1s to R1 fronts, R2 rears to R2 all over at some point.
Yeah, I did change it because I don't know, it could be the lack of concentration, it could be that I was a bit tired, but I couldn't hold my fronts in the temperature range that I needed. So I just overheated them on first stint and I was close to Pedro, but I didn't have pace to push more. And then when I had a crash, I just decided to take R2s all over and I increased cambers. I changed the setup that I could, but the suspension was still set up more for R1, R2, so it wasn't perfect. In hindsight, I would probably go R2, R2 because it enabled me to push more. But yeah,
Fair
mistakes
enough.
happen. Mistakes happen. I mean,
Yeah, not quite the result you wanted out of this race, though.
yeah, well, uh, I didn't expect other guys to hold R1s so good. Uh, it was quite amazing to watch. I was jumping between the cars on the straights. I was looking at Pedro and also, and they had really good R1s. I think that Pedro never went over 90 degrees temperatures. They never became red. So yeah, and he had nice speed with that. I was kind of expecting cars on R1s to hit more trouble on the first 10 laps, but I guess everybody practiced a lot and got their setups in shape.
Well done for finishing, I guess. I know you would have liked to have been mixing it with
Top
the
10 as well, so well done
with the
for
top
that.
at the end. But yeah, you were in a really high running position for most of the race until a couple of incidents. So well done for that.
Yeah,
Deco,
thank you.
Deco, who do you want to talk to next? The Teo teammates seem to be
Well,
lined
yeah,
up.
let's go with the Teo team. Let's start with we'll start with Teo GP Motorsports 1, Pantheo, and Christian, who had a pretty consistent race. And y'all finished in ninth. So, Pantheo, tell us about your race.
Well, I'm really happy about the result, and we were aiming for top 10 position. It looked like we're gonna be on P10 or 11 during the race, but we ended up in ninth place. My part was to take care of the car, not push too much, and I lost a place or two. But we knew that Christian would be around 1 second faster than me per lap. So he did 2 stints, and because of him, we managed to get the ninth place.
Pantheo, you've been involved in the running of Fragmaster's Fox Friday for a number of years now. What do you make of the achievement of 10 years of the series?
Well, I've been here also almost 10 years. I think in August or September this year, there will be my own personal 10-year anniversary. And during the years, I think I have the second most starts of all the racers. So I have seen so much. I'm so happy that we are so old, and like LFS seems not to be dead. We are not as well, and I think let's say 5-6 years ago, it looked quite bad for Fox Friday. We had like 10 to 15 racers attending every Friday. We even had one race with 3 attendants. Alpayson won that. I was second, half a second behind there. But now, I don't know what is it, but now we are more popular than ever. And we've had the problem that we can't even get all the racers to the grid. So I think that's a positive one.
Yeah, you'd rather be oversubscribed than undersubscribed, and yeah, it's as with lots of communities in LFS, you've gone through the highs and the lows, but to be so popular in 2020 is a testament to the organisers and the series itself. So, well done for that. Want to move to your teammate, if I might, Christian. We couldn't talk to you earlier, unfortunately, but yeah, how do you sum up your race?
Yeah, I think the race was pretty solid from start to finish. I didn't push the car too much. Had few incidents there. Crashed the tires once in the first chicane. Yeah, I guess it was lap 1 or 2, and got a bit of suspension damage, not too bad. We didn't need to repair it, and had few runoffs at the fast right-hander after the second split. Other than that, really good solid race. I'm glad that in the end I was able to manage the gap to Number, who was chasing me and hoping to claim P9. And it's just happy to be in P9 and had a solid race with it and enjoyed it very much.
But mainly, you're happy to beat Number, yeah?
Yeah, I'm happy to beat. He is the fast racer, like
No,
all
he
of us who.
sucks. He sucks. He sucks.
But yeah, but as I've seen him racing, he's a really fast driver, and I've had few incidents with him before, and I'm happy that I could beat him.
Well done for that. And that leaves IK and Michael. Is that your pick, Deco?
Yeah, let's just go with IK and Michael. Start with IK. Thoughts on your race? Thoughts on 10 years of Fox Friday plus Saturday?
Yeah, the race was okay from my part. I wasn't expecting that I would be like as fast as other guys. I was just the game to have fun and race as good as I can, and I think I managed it well. Of course, I had a few mistakes, and yeah, but that's racing. It's a part of it. Even it's sim or in real life, the mistakes happen. But I mean, Koivunen did a good race from his part. He managed to took 15th position, I guess, in the first stint, and I fell back a little bit. But because we had a little bit damage and we didn't repair it in second stop, that made Koivunen to little bit fall back it at the end. But I think we both are happy that we managed to finish the race without bigger incidents, and yeah, I'm happy that it's finished now.
Yeah, your teammates Pekka Koivunen and Dimebag. Dimebag didn't show up in the end, I gather, but if it's any consolation, you win my skin of the day, the nice
Yeah,
Class Lines and Teo GP crossover livery. I really like that. But yeah, well done.
yeah, and the second question to the 10 years of Fox Friday. I mean, when I was, if we go 10 years back from here, I was 12 years old back then. And because I live in Finland and Kristen as well, I have known him about, what can I say, 8-10 years. And back then in Finland was this gaming, like LFS third party, like, how can you say it, like service that hold races every week, every weekend, and we were playing that back then, maailmannopein kansa, and 5 laps afterwards, and it was great fun. And that is my first experiences of LFS, of course. But 2 years ago, when I started racing in Fox Fridays, I've tried to like get part of every race that I can. But yeah,
Fair enough.
it's
Good
great
to hear.
fun.
Yeah, it is good fun, and long may it rain. Thanks for that, Michael. Now your race seemed to start pretty well, and went a bit downhill. Do you want to talk to us about what happened?
Sure. The start was quite good actually for me because after starting from P23, I got quickly to P16 and then P15, so that was a really good beginning for me. But unfortunately, things happened, and on I think lap 8 it was, my car got a little wobbly into the final chicane. I lost control a little bit and went through the tire stacks on the inside and damaged my suspension. So that was my first learning opportunity that happened. That cost me a lot of time. So I fell down to the very bottom of the grid that was remaining. So then I started to chase guys that were ahead of me, but at slow pace. But unfortunately for me, I started to need to pee. At the beginning, it was okay, but as the time went on, I know I can't make it to the finish with this thing inside. So my second scheduled pit stop was 54 seconds long.
That's pretty quick for a low break.
Well, it's quick for things I was doing in the bedroom, but in terms of racing action, it was quite slow and I lost even more time there. But then I got quite a good pace and managed to finish 24th, 25th, I don't know. So yeah, I'm glad I made it to the finish and that I didn't come last to the line.
Yeah, downsides of racing on your own, ladies and gents.
Well, I really enjoy racing on my own because I'm quite an endurance junkie.
Maybe keep a bottle next to your desk next time.
It's no one else's fault too when you mess up.
Yep.
Do you mean drink bottle or pee bottle?
No. Yes.
Or both?
Both. Either. Just don't mix them up. Mix them up. Especially if you use VR. All right. Enough of that.
It can be a multi-purpose bottle.
No.
Okay.
We've digressed. Cool. Thanks for everybody who joined us for an interview here. Unless anyone's got any parting words, Fraz or Number, do you want to round us up?
I'll let it to Phrase.
Looks like Fraz is. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say. It's just been exciting. Yeah, just a great day for Fragmaster, celebrating 10 years. And hanging out with all our friends as usual.
Oh, thanks for getting us involved. It's been brilliant to not only watch but to commentate on. There's been, plenty of clean racing today. So hats off to everybody on the grid and yourselves in here included. Well done. Thank you.
Agreed.
That's very good. Very good on the 10 years. Congratulations on the 10 years. And thank you to Fraz and Number for organizing it. I think it's time we close out our skin of the day. Pete, what's your vote for skin of the day?
As I mentioned before, my skin of the day will go to the was it Teo 2 and it was in fact Teo Motorsports Feat WCL get my vote, the number 5 car, driven by Pekka Koivunen and Teo IK today.
And Jack, your choice?
I really like the Energy Virtual Racing livery. So they get my vote. Both the entries from them.
3 of
I
them.
think we're gonna.
Oh, 3,
Yeah.
sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I think we can call it a draw then, because I'm divided between the Tejo WCL effort and the EVR effort.
Nah, come on,
so,
come down on a side. Come down on a side.
Hang on, if I find a
you
coin,
get splinters
I'll
if you
flip
stay up there.
it. No, yeah, let's just, I'll go with the Tejo. They were the one of it, and it's a very good creative skin. A close second for the EVR skin.
Well, there you have it then. Teo GP Motorsports Feat WCL win the Sim Broadcast TV livery of the day.
So, final thoughts from you, Pete.
I just want to say congrats once again to Fragmasters for putting on a fantastic race. They never fail to disappoint. And to anybody who hasn't had a go at driving Fox Friday, why not get along next time? Like I said, it's 8:30 UTC +1 on the FM Fox Friday server every single week. We've been treated to 3 hours of exceptional wheel-to-wheel action on a Saturday for once. But get yourself along to those races. Long may they reign.
Absolutely. Jack, final thoughts from you.
Well, just to reiterate Pete's point, congratulations to Fragmasters on 10 years, and I'm glad you're thriving now, and I'm glad you invited us to, cover your 10th anniversary endurance event. It's been brilliant. And again, not only thank you to you guys, but thanks to my colleagues in the commentary box for, putting up with me for 3 hours. And everybody on the stream as well, thanks for tuning in. We've got quite the community in Sim Broadcasts now. It's great to see the same familiar faces in the chat. Every time we go live, you're there. So thank you. And if you haven't already, I'm not going to ramble on too much, but just please consider following the channel. And, it's great to see, the interest that we have in the events that we cover, and glad to be a part of this one. So thank you again.
And congrats to the winners, obviously. Sidus for another fantastic victory with Gabor and Sami Lipmanen.
Yep. Stay with us on Sim Broadcasts. Follow us, subscribe to us. We've got plenty coming up in the next 7 days. Tomorrow on the Buggyra Twitch channel, the Buggyra Zero Mileage GT Cup at 17:18 UTC start. Then on Tuesday, the TRR Championship on Tuesday evening from about 17 UTC. And then next Saturday, the NDR GT2 Challenge live here on simbroadcast.tv for that season finale on June 13th, live from about 18 UTC right here on simbroadcast.tv. Get notified whenever we go live by following us, subscribe to us. So for Jack Eyre and Pete Butcher, once again, congratulations to Sidus, Gabor, and Lipmanen on their fantastic win on treacherous conditions on the tires, and everyone else for racing today, and of course for Fragmasters for 10 years of fantastic Fox Fridays/Saturdays. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time. Again, Sami Lipmanen and Gabor winning by 4 seconds from Fernando Aguilar. Fantastic Fragmasters Fox Friday carries on. Long may it rain.
In a world where LFS is dead, ha ha, one league stands alone. Welcome to another fantastic Fragmasters Fox Friday.